Honorable Rector of Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta, outstanding keynote speakers and also reviewers, respected vice rectors, deans, vice deans, and faculty higher officers, distinguished paper presenters, distinguished conference attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the fourth Art, Craft, and Design in Southeast Asia International Conference, ARCADESA. I am Henning Tias Widowati, your Master of Ceremony. Well, the COVID-19 pandemic make this year ARCADESA very special because the committee has to organize it virtually. However, we are sure that this virtuality won't lower down your enthusiasm in discussing this year's theme, aesthetic experience and cultural value, the works of arts in the age of artificial intelligence. Well, to start the program, please all rise. The national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. Thank you. General Chairperson's welcome address delivered by Bapak Petrus Bogor Bangsa, Master Seni.
Distinguished audience, respected speakers, honorable presenters, and all participants of the annual Conference of Arts, Humanities, and Technology 2020. Greeting from Yogyakarta. It's an honor for Indonesia Institute of the Arts Yogyakarta to organize the annual Conference of Arts, Humanities, and Technology 2020. Due to the current global pandemic issue and the World Health Organization's declaration about the assessment of the risk of spread and impact of coronavirus as a global pandemic, the organizing committee has committed to hold the conference virtually. First of all, I would like to say welcome to our virtual conference. This event is indeed being indispensable for scholars, professionals, and academicians to meet and exchange ideas on their multidisciplinary interests related to arts, technology, and humanities, and particularly to discuss the current global challenges in this millennium era. This symposium consists of two conferences: the fourth Art, Craft, and Design in Southeast Asia International Conferences, or ARCADESA, and the second international conference on interdisciplinary arts and humanities, or Humanities. These conferences are aimed at facilitating a scientific forum that represents a valuable response and commitment to expand new scientific principles, policies, and applications in order to have broadened understanding on any issues in the development of globalization and the era of artificial intelligence. The main topic of the fourth Art, Craft, and Design in Southeast Asia International Conference is aesthetic experience and cultural value, the work of art in the age of artificial intelligence. And for the second international conference on interdisciplinary arts and humanities is diversity in arts towards socio-design movement. In responding to the discussion of the issues, we are privileged to have among us the experts from our partner universities. They are Silpakorn University, Thailand, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Technische Universiteit Wien, Austria, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia, Hochschule Hannover, Germany, Universitas Sanada Dharma Yogyakarta, Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta, and Ideas Lab, which have already been contributing to succeed this academic forum. In this special occasion, on behalf of the Annual Conference of Arts, Humanities, and Technology 2020, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to all respected keynote speakers and participants that you, in this difficult situation, are still willing to support us by joining this conference. Thank you to Professor Johan Salim, Dr. Suastiwi, Professor Ruslan Abdul Rahim, Associate Professor Jakapan Vilasineku, Dr. Ulrich Helbig, Professor Julian Goddard, Professor Gunnar Spellmeyer, and Professor Amin Chua. Our sincere gratitude goes to you for sharing your exceptional ideas as keynote speakers. Thank you very much to all special participants from various universities and institutions from Indonesia and overseas countries. Outstanding reviewers of both conferences, and all parties who have showed the commitment to make this conference successfully. We strongly expect that this academic forum will fruitfully produce important outcomes to develop strategic ways and real solutions in facing up the current global challenges in this millennium era. Thank you.
Lectures welcoming opening remark by Professor Dr. Muhammad Agus Burhan M. Hum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, warmest greeting from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It is a great honor and pleasure for Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta or Indonesia Institute of the Art Yogyakarta to welcome all guests and participants of the annual Symposium of Art, Technology, and Humanities 2020. The symposium is a very meaningful event as there are two important conferences being held, namely the fourth Art, Craft, and Design in Southeast Asia, or ARCADESA, and the second International Conference on Interdisciplinary Arts and Humanities, or Humanities. ARCADESA focuses discussions with the theme entitled Aesthetic Experience and Cultural Values, the Works of Art in Age of Artificial Intelligence, which will discuss on three creative fields: visual art, craft, design, and any related creativity fields that are interlinked with the digital world and technology. Meanwhile, Iconoartists focuses the discussions with the theme entitled Diversity in Art towards socio-design movement, the development of the art creation and the realizations of artificial intelligence as the supporting element for the intermedia arts and enrich the definitions of arts which have previously only been confined to the real world, now starting to manifest itself the digital world. However, the creative art field should also be aware of any impacts on the development of artificial intelligence and the multidisciplinary demands in the globalization's era have been responded through these academic discussions which is necessary as media for social culture enhancement, entrepreneurship and creativity development and capacity building of academic environment. This annual International Academic Forum is aimed to be supporting element for scholar, researcher, lecturer, artists, students, and observers to discuss and share any indispensable insight and current information in the relation to interdisciplinary art and humanities in this millennium era. Indonesia Institute of the Art is indeed supporting this international symposium as it is also a great moment in contributing to the development of the art and humanities and of the art creations and the realizations of intermedia art which enrich the definitions of art to manifest itself in technological world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful that these two conferences can be held this year, even though it was delayed due to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. We know that it is not easy for anyone in the world, but we still have to keep going even though we have to adapt to the situation. But through advances in communication technology, we are happy to hold these conferences in virtual mode, although we can meet in person, and hopefully this pandemic will end soon and we can return back to our normal life and activities. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indonesia Institute of the Art Yogyakarta, I would like to deliver my deepest gratitude and greatest appreciation to our co-hosts from our national and international partner, Universitas Sanata Dharma, Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana, Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta, IDIS Lab, Silpakorn University Thailand, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, Technische Universität Wiener Austria, Hochschule Hannover Germany, and MIT University Austria, to all keynote speakers from our international partner, valued presenters, and all participants of this annual Symposium of Art, Technology, and Humanities 2020. Thank you for your contributions and commitment to make this event successfully. I would also like to convey my highest appreciation to the esteemed reviewers and committee of the symposium who have represented enthusiastic effort, contributions, and energy to make this event successfully. I hope the symposium will bring fruitful and positive results for all parties beneficially and strengthen our academic network years to come. Have a great time to all of you for taking part the symposium and the new way, the virtual way. Stay safe and stay healthy. And I am now officially opening the annual symposium of Art, Technology, and Humanities 2020. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I think it's important for me to inform you all that this is a two-day conference. ARCADESA, we are having it today, and also tomorrow we still have the icon artists. Until this afternoon, in ARCADESA conference, we will have two keynote speaker sessions and also two parallel paper presenters sessions. To begin the first keynote speaker session, I am handing form to our moderator, Dr. Alfi Lufiani, SSN, MFA. Nggak bisa ini. Lebih kenceng lagi kok loh. Iya, itu datang. Thank you, Ms. Vidya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Alfi Lufiani, and in this conference, I become the moderator in more or less 2 hours. And for sure, it is a pleasure for me to be here with distinguished people who expert in this field. So before that, I would like to say that we must be grateful that we're still here and can still be in a healthy condition on this tough situation. Right now, we are in the 4th International Conference of Art, Craft, and Design in Southeast Asia, or what we call ARCADESA, to celebrate the visual art special event with intriguing topic, namely aesthetic experience and cultural value, the work of art in the age of artificial intelligence. So for this first session, we are going to have 2 speakers, and to save time, I would like to introduce the first speaker, namely Dr. Suastiwi. And for your information, she's been our previous Dean of Faculty of Visual Arts of EC Yogyakarta for 2 periods. And a little bit of Dr. Suastiwi. She was born in Yogyakarta and got her Bachelor in Interior Design from Academy of Visual Art of Indonesia, Yogyakarta, and her Master of Design from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia, and her doctoral degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And currently, she's teaching both in undergraduate and graduate program of EC Yogyakarta, and also at Performing and Visual Art Studies School of Graduate Program at UGM Yogyakarta. And I think right now her previous time is enjoying her working from home during the pandemic. So, Dr. Swasti, the next 30 minutes is yours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of this seminar, ARCADESA, the fourth, 2020, and it is a pleasure for me to be here. And I also would like to say thank you very much to the organizing committee who already gave the opportunity to give my paper at this seminar. So I will directly share my PowerPoint. Oh, sorry, it's this one. Look. Sorry, that's technical problem. Actually, I already put my my paper on the PowerPoint. It is about the socially responsible design. It is a bit, there is a shifting from the topic right now, but I'm sure that it is not lefting the technology and information ICT left behind, because I also have the percaya, believe that technology and information technology and also the artificial intelligence will become very important things in the right now and the future. But what I want to say right now is the need for socially responsible design. This is regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, who already devastating the normal life of the world, not only in Indonesia, but also in all of countries in the world. So let me, okay. Sorry. Yeah, need for responsibility, the need for socially responsible design. This is start with the COVID-19, which is often the normal work order of life. And then this unusual situation, I already said that I make a shifting a little bit to more focus on the socially responsible design rather than to the ICT or AI in the focus, as a focus. But as you know, that I'm not deny that the importance of information and communication technology and AI in people's lives at present and in the future. So design that was the outcome of the Industrial Revolution 1.0, of course, cannot separated from the technology and industrial world. At every appearance of a design idea, it is always questioned whether scientifically or technically this idea can be realized or not. Therefore, technology is already attached in the product when it is created or it is delivered. Furthermore, when the product bring to the mass produce, the product become part of the industry. So therefore, without technology and industry, design does not even exist. Talking about the Industrial Revolution 4.0, there have been many fundamental changes in our world. life and business will move into digital platform. Types of work will greatly change. Some may cease to exist and new ones will emerge. Education, of course, education form will change as well. Subsequently, data information become important resources to complete in this work. All parties, whether they are individual, institution, or organization, are required to be able to versatile, proactive, and quickly adapt to new challenges and respond to changes brought about by advanced technology. This is what has been said by Renat Kasali in his book in 2018. So we go back to the COVID-19 pandemic. Is it extraordinary disaster and writers of futurist fiction have never imagined before? Returning to the current pandemic problem faced by human beings across the world, public health experts say that the pandemic will not end soon. These experts even said that they predict that the consequence of this pandemic will still linger for some years to come. So at the end of September, the COVID-19 pandemic has tremendous effect in health and economic of the world around us. That caused the decline of the economy of the people, of course. This not only occurred in some countries, but almost in the world. In Indonesia, the pandemic has also become an enormous health and economic disaster. People who are exposed to the virus has reached almost right now maybe almost 300,000, while the death toll maybe already reached 11,000. What already write down on the paper is data from 30th of September. The pandemic that has lasted more than 9 months has devastated the country economy, has caused a negative economic growth, and Indonesia is expected to enter a period of economic recession very soon. And in this pandemic situation, the question is how design can contribute to alleviate this. In many literature, it is said that design is a means of solving problems in human life by providing activities to fulfill people's needs. Will design be the mighty one to help mankind to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic, and they can continue their life after the pandemic? Especially will design be able to help the marginalized, underserved, represented community, and those who are struggling to fulfill their basic needs. Here's some picture of the people who really need the help of design to support their life. Whether it is the problem of environmental health or the problem of people with the handicap and the disabled, and also the education of children in the remote area, and also the elderly health problem. I would like to cite what Kompas, orang Indonesia, wrote that the pandemic had knocked out the minority, the marginalized children and women who had been the community group that had suffered the most from this pandemic. The pandemic had also worsened the inequality between races and the condition of those in area of conflict. It was also added in the article that the pandemic had hampered the pace of the achieving of the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs, and it had also contributed to the addition of millions of people who had fallen into poverty and other millions who had become even miserable because of the economic problem. So this is a moment to better understand the role that can be played by government, and private institution, organization, community, or even small community groups and individuals who are motivated to develop a socially responsible. So right now I would like to move to what is it, socially responsible design. This is some picture about what a socially responsible design which already exists in our society. It is designed for the third world or for the poorer area, and then designed for helping the handicapped children, designed for the elderly, and also the handicapped children in the playground, and also people who having to provide design for handicapped people at home. And here is the bathroom or the elderly or the sick people who have sick health problems. Another social responsible design is like sustainable design, or even design to prevent crime. So here, crime prevention through environmental principle, and also the green design. That was the many example of design which already exists in our society, which we can call socially responsible design. And then I would like to put the Norman Mayer research on education in the design education in the 21st century. On his article, and their article, they assert that designers nowadays are playing on an increasing important role, not only designing conventional product, but also working outside the boundaries of their studios into the world of business, commerce, health, and even the environment. Mayer and Norman have grouped the challenge of design into 4 categories. I provide this a drawing to give a more clearer picture about what challenges that already there for designer. The first one is the performance challenges. The second one, systemic challenges. The next, contextual challenges, and the global challenges. What are they? As what Norman and Mayer said, performance challenges related to what designer must do rather than a challenge to their skill set. This is related with the conventional or the traditional design. And then systemic challenges related to addressing the entire system, not just a single part. Then the contextual challenges related to dealing with complex systems that are strongly affected by their environment, local culture, and political concerns. And the fourth, global challenges related to dealing with complex socio-technical systems. So Mayer and Norman already gave a general picture about what the design could do in addressing the problem of humankind. So they can go from the very basic one to the more complex one at the global challenges. And then I start to tell about the history or the development of socially responsible design. Actually, the socially responsible design starts from Papanik design, who at the time popularized the term design for the real world. Papanik is a pioneer in socially responsible design and gave a priority to design for the interest of people with limitation in terms of economic capacity and physical ability, or those who did not receive attention from the public and those who were marginalized. For Papanik, designers should have social awareness, responsibility, and provide design that were in favor of marginalized group of society. So at this, the right side, there are 2 pictures which show what kind of design which already made by Papanik. The first one is radio transistor, which is provided for the people who live in a remote area where this radio could be very simple one, and of course the people could make it by themselves. And the second one is folk and school for the people with disabilities. So this can be changes to adapt with the problem with the handicapped children or adults. The next one is Papanek. At the end of his career in 1994, Papanek published a book entitled The Green Imperative. This book became one of the icons of green design. Papanek himself said that this book was a form of designer ecological responsibility for much of environmental destruction on Earth caused by the use of equipment and development by humans, in which designer were involved. So Papanek feel that he also have all designers have involved in this problem. Green design as a movement emerged in 1990 and was influenced by two books on the environment, named Small is Beautiful, written by E.F. Schumacher in 1973, and also Our Common Future report of the World Commission on Environmental and Development, report by T.H. Mcgurk in 1987. The word design has answered environment problem in many design concepts and forms, such as recycled material, energy saving and renewable energy, reducing carbon gas emission, appropriate technology, and many others. And ultimately, this design concept has been aimed at achieving sustainable development, which means to maintain sustainable of human life on Earth. That was the era of design for the real world, and also green design or sustainable development. The next one was research or paper wrote by Margolin and Margolin, which was title is Social Design as a design practice and research methodology that focuses primarily on designing social services. However, the application of this idea can be extended to the design for the education, art, and technology system appropriate for all citizens. The new development offer is the design that enters the realm of social service, that a service design and not merely a product design. So this is Margolin published this article in 2002. At that time, he promoted this to cover that design is not only for product only, but they can also make a social service design. And also they gave a stressing on this area that they refer the design here to people with low incomes or special needs due to age and disability. So this is another perspective of socially responsible design. The concept of social design as a positive response from Europe, many designers actually, and one of them is Burns et al. From a design council in UK. They developed a concept of transformative design. It is a design practice that is more aimed at creating a service pattern than at creating an object. The creation of new service pattern is intended to bring about social transformation. This concept can be applied to radically change the existing public service and community organization, as well as progressive social achievement target in private companies, and by applying a human culture-based design approach. So actually, Burns et al. At the Design Council have a redesign for the prison and also redesign for school of uh, balita, about children, and also many area of health problem. Six characteristic of transformative design, namely defining and redefining the brief, and then collaborating between discipline, employing participatory design technique, building capacity and not dependency, and the fifth, design beyond traditional solution, six, creating fundamental change. This is what has been said or have been promoted by Burns et al. In 2006. The next one was the Dafe et al. Who promote the socially responsible design. A study conducted by Dafe et al. In 2005 on the relationship between socially responsible design, or SRD, and the corporate social responsibility. This research was conducted out of suspicion that a lot of CSR were carried out solely as a company window dressing. So at that time, and after 2000, the year of 2000, many companies already did some CSR or corporate social responsibility. But some experts say that many of them are just a window dressing for give a good image of their company. So therefore, to be able to see the relationship between the two more clearly, in the CSR and the SRD, namely the presence of essence of SRD when a company runs a CSR program, they subsequently compile a new model for SRD. So actually the SRD intention was to make a social responsible design. So with this model, they want to see whether they do it rightly or not. In this model, SRD is expanded not only to cover products, service, and environment, but also to include systems such as government, commerce, health, and others. So he proposed a model which is contained of 8 tenets. Tenet start from the government, tenet or pillar, maybe we can say, thought or pillar, the main thought, government, economic policy, and then 5 trade. The other one is ecology, social inclusion, health, education, and crime. And instead of this Internet, they also provide 6 domains where they put all the Internet on. So there are the domain of government, the domain of business and commerce, and then the domain of non-government organization or NGO, and also the domain of health and education. This is another perspective of to social responsibility. And another research did by Yang Kili, researching about roles of designers that play in order to facilitate innovative and collaboration and create platform for socially inclusive design practices. Designer role and tactics. So by researching on this area, Yang Kili propose roles and tactics for designer. Proposed role that designer can play, including a role as a generator, facilitator, and developer to produce human life what utility, it object, environment, and system. So he put all this role in this area, and he gave to a poll from this. He put poll from working with a designer and working with people. So in between this poll, so he put the tactic one as working with the community in this area. It is as developer, designer is working with the communities. And the second tactic, designer as facilitator, who collaborate with people in the real world. So the common people in the real world, they become the facilitator, and the designer as generator is working with the professional in abstract space, the area. In addition, Jan Kili said that this role applies in order to facilitate innovative collaboration and create platforms for socially inclusive practices. The research on design participation was in a time to increase user participation in the design process. The finding of this research show that the most important thing is that designer can work flexibly, that is changing the role they play according to the situation they are facing. The main duty of the designer is to create communication channel and to create a creative design process. This is what has been said by Jan Kili in 2007. And then the next research was Sanyori. Sanyori actually worked further for the transformative design from Byrne et al. Sanyori stated that designer right now or at that time for services are increasingly being hired by many organizations and communities to drive or to encourage the transformation process of this institution. It is important to contribute to society in achieving its transformative goals, and it demands a high degree of responsibility on the part of the designer. So for this research, Sanyori also produced a model which shows how this transformational principle is working. So the first principle of this transformative design is active citizen, intervention at the community scale, and the third one is the building capacity, leadership, and the fourth, redistributing power, enhancing imagination at home, and seven, building infrastructure and enabling. The fourth was evaluating success and impact. This is the transformational principle proposed by Sanyori. The next project was open design. Open design is a movement that granting copyright design to the public. In this way, designer has given permission if the design is freely distributed and documented by the public. And the design also allow if the design will be modified and diversified. This is what has been said by Van Apel in 2011. This activity is carried out online through the channel, through the networking. So the sharing knowledge between expert and amateur is done not for profit, but for the common good. So there is no profit in this case. With this open design, Van Apel et al. Implement several strategies to open up all possibility in developing the broad design, such as seeking inclusiveness, involving of other people, building bridges between different positions, such as between North and South, old and young, traditional and experimental. So open design followers are often referred as possibilitarians. On the left side is a picture of prosthetic, which is an open design, a kind of open design. It is made for the people in Yogyakarta when there is an earthquake, after the earthquake of 2008 and after. That is the open design, and the last one was the critical design. It is proposed or by Cruz and Cadell and Simon Kuhn in 2013. It is design is an activity closely related to ideology, because basically the designer embeds their value, attitudes, and philosophy when carrying out design practices. So Bruce and Cadell and Simon Kuhn believe that all design has a value, all design have ideology behind it. This movement focuses on the social role of design and seeks to challenge the dominant model of production and consumption by offering alternative perspectives and insisting that the current values are unsatisfactory. Affirmative design, which has been around so far, tend to make products in accordance with the cultural, social, and technical expectations of the company. Critical design criticizes affirmative design by making products that contain alternative ideology or value. This critical design actually follow or refer to the critical theory popularized by the Frankfurt School, which is where the critical theory aims to free human beings from the state of enslaved them, and to promote emancipation and enlightenment in order for the people to aware of hidden forces, therefore they can be freed from the grip of these forces. So in this slide, I give a picture of how this ideology works. So the ideology actually structured by the philosophy, the value, and the attitude of the people or the designer. So when people want to doing the design, actually they implement a certain ideology, whether it is affirmative design or critical design. In this picture, I saw that the affirmative design or design which is more preferred to the consumption or to the mainstream right now is already exists here, and they are really firm, or many people do it, so there is this danger. And the other one is the critical design, which is in dot, that inline, so that actually they are not already exist or exist but not firmly exist in the society and industry. This is what Simon and Cadell and Kuhn want to establish, how to make the critical design more popular and more practices. And then now I want to say that what I have tell you about many theory, many concepts on the paragraph above have outlined how socially responsible design continue to grow and develop. So it is a kind of history where it started and how it is right now. Actually, it widened in the scope of the design object from product only, and then service design, and then to system design, and also to the environment as a whole. Developed in its character and principle of design in execution. So there are collaboration, there are people design, there are co-design and co-creator, and also growth in its implementation. On the right side, there is a map produced or made by Sanders, which shows several areas of research and design practice that can be said to have social content, such as participatory design, generative tools, Scandinavian design, human-centered design, and critical design. So actually, this is a whole area where design can be research and practice. So from design-led to research-led, from expert mindset to people mindset. Through this map, it can be understood that the presence of socially responsible design, or SRD, in the design discipline has been recognized in terms of epistemology, ontology, and axiology. So it is very strong in the scientific term or in the practical term. And this is what I want to stress about my speech, okay, that actually we can make a social ideological design where ideology which come from the philosophy, the value, the attitude. Why not we promote this philosophy value which is then build an ideology which is favor of the vulnerable, and how we can bring this ideology to all this domain of design. So the above model combining the opinion of Poynter, Cadell, and Kuhn, and the four categories of design challenges from Meyer and Norman 2020, it is necessary to make efforts to encourage the creation of more social ideological design, namely design that are more broad to those who are vulnerable in all design domains. Conclusion, it can be concluded that the presence of SRD research and practice has been recognized in design discipline and have produced many real products in society, not only in the Western world, from which references are taken, but also in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia countries, and other countries in the world. However, the author still feels the need to re-emphasize it in this forum that the world needs the work of SRD in research and practice as much as non-SRD works, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. The need for it is increasing for all the marginalized people or groups who are underserved, underrepresented, and poor. I'm inviting all parties to cultivate this concept, then popularize it, and also practice a more socially responsible design. This invitation is not only addressed to the individuals, designer, artists, experts, and common people, but also to social communities, NGO, government, and private institutions, business world especially, and especially to the higher education institutions like SPC and other partners in Australia, in Europe, and Southeast Asia, with how to practice it through the Dharma or through education, through research, and also to social services. And also at this party, I also include the media company to also support this concept. And then as a closing, I would like to return the discussion to the current topic of this seminar, namely the relationship between art, craft, and design with the technology and the digital world. So I have strong faith that digital technology and its capability can be part of design discipline, both in the process and in the product, to produce the more socially responsible design. Thank you very much. That's what I should say for this time. Thank you. I give back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Swastiwi, for showing us clear and informative presentation related to social responsible design, which is related to our field. And I hope it raised many critical thoughts and questions from the audience today. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Professor Rustam bin Abdul Rahim to the conference room. Our second speaker, Professor Rustam bin Abdul Rahim, currently he serves as a Dean of Faculty of Art and Design at the University of Technology Shah Alam, Malaysia, and his specialty is visual communication and new media. As a little bit educational background of him, he got his bachelor from UITM Malaysia, and also diploma in art and design, and then he also got his communication design master of science from Pratt Institute, New York University, and then also from University of Brighton, United Kingdom, for research methodology. And his PhD is from Web Interface Design from University of Brighton, United Kingdom. So, Professor Rustam Abdul Rahim, the next 30 minutes, it's yours.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of ARCADESA 2020 for giving me this opportunity to share my some of my thoughts and for this particular conference all around. I think first of all, I'd like to just sort of like give a bit of an overview of what I'm about to present. Although it is what I'm about to share with everyone here is on more of a historical context, where I talk about framing of visual persuasion. But I think the reason why I wanted to go on the historical approach was actually more to relate to what the present social media is all about. If we notice, especially right now with the what we call the United States election results, coming in and all that kind of thing. Okay, I think what has been really prevalent here, I think, is about the visual persuasion, or in this context, of what visual element of what's being used in media right now, in present media. And I think, although some of us may feel that this is something new because of the new technology and all that, but I'd like to sort of relate it. Actually, I think historically, visual persuasion has been around for quite a while. I have an issue which I did not bring with me today, an issue on from the National Geographic, whereby the acknowledgement to the early cave drawings. Okay, it's seen as they were already termed as the first visual artists. So again, it is about expression and about that. And that is why I felt compelled for this particular session, for my keynote here, to talk about the framing of the visual persuasion. Okay, and what I'm showing here is an example from historical context. So that's why I'm picking it up from the Malaysian press advertisements, which was previously earlier on during the pre-independence days in Malaysia. But again, I say here because it's very interesting. I think you can see how visual persuasion plays a very important role, but it's not something that's very prevalent now in social media right now, Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of stuff, but it actually goes back quite a while. The roots actually has begun quite a while. And this is actually a very deliberate thought and approach by designers and art directors, even from way beyond. So I think this is something I felt that would have sort of like remind us. And also, I think I'd like to relate also to the other aspect whereby we talk about this mode. Everything is very, very visual right now. We see each other face to face, although not physically. It's become borderless in the virtual sense, but physically we cannot see each other. We can't meet, but in the virtual sense, we'll all be able to meet at any one time. So I think this is something that I again like to relate it back to how important the element of the visual is all about. So if it's possible, do I run the slides from here, or does the secretary have the slides that they can run right now? Madam Moderator?
Yeah, I think you can share your PowerPoint now. You can do it by yourself. Yeah.
Okay. So Do I access it from my side?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, I was under the assumption that it would be from. Okay, that if you just okay. I'm sorry. I just have to give me a minute here to solve it. I just have to recall it. Yeah.
So that you can control by yourself.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have it with you right now? No. Yes.
Wait a minute.
I sent over. Let me just check. Let me try to see whether I can get in. Okay, give me, yeah.
So you prefer you do it by yourself from your side, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to get on. You can just bear me. Try and look for my files here.
It's okay. That's your time.
Okay. Right. Apologies again, you know, delay on my side also. So this one of the things.
No problem. That's what technology.
Yeah. Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay, I think we can help you. We can help you to share your
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
And yeah, would you please to wait for a minute?
Okay, yeah, I'll just prompt and say next, and you can go over to the next slide. I'll just prompt
Okay.
this. Okay.
So we will do it. We will do it from here.
Okay, you're right. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, but I'll still look
No
for it
problem.
just in case.
No problem. Okay, it's
All
start
right.
now.
All right, beautiful. Okay, right. Yeah, that's the one.
There
Thank
we
you so
go.
much. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. Okay, thank you very much. So again, just a quick snapshot. Okay, I'm here to share about the framing of visual persuasion in the Malaysian press advertisements, but again, in the context of social media and media right nowadays. Okay, this is where I feel, you know, the role of the visual is strong, and even until today, regardless of media. Even if in the future we start to go into immersive or virtual reality, I still am very confident that visual persuasion plays an important role. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through there were important periods according to Myers. I mean, it's a bit academic, but I'll just quickly go through because it is, after all, a historical look into it. Okay, the first period of what I call in the press was about creating brands and getting attention. Now, although this is said to be in the early 1890s, I think this is something we can also relate to social media today. We talk about creating brands and getting attention. If you can relate this to what you call celebrities, Instagram celebrities or Insta famous individuals, it is about creating brands and it is about getting attention. So although this has been what you call in press advertisement, this has been something as way back as the 1890s, but it's more so even relevant even until today. And if we can go to the next point, please. Thank you. Okay, this is the part where we talk about, again, I want you all to relate to what we see on social media today. Yeah, for example, in Instagram, Facebook, and everything that's related to, okay, the bit about creating an image for consumption. Until today, that is what it's all about. You have to create a certain image, and again, for consumption, that means for people to see, for people to understand. I'm sure you can see how, for example, Instagram, when it first started off, it was very what you call a personal viewpoint. Okay, and what has happened right now, Instagram has gone to the level where you can even do shopping and there are links, again, for advertising, for consumption. So again, what was thought to be historical origins is actually very, very prevalent even until today. And if we can go to the next third point, the third period, please. Thank you. Okay, so again, I'm just showing you some examples in the print media. Okay, now this is interesting because I felt that although this appeared in the Malaysian press, okay, but even way back from if you look about this is a Malaysian newspaper called the Morning Tribune, dated on 4th of October 1927. There were already references with our good friends from across, okay, Indonesia. If you can see here, okay, this is about actually selling Shell petroleum, but you can see, okay, the reference here because it was done by the colonial masters of before, okay, you can see that the theme was actually very regional. So that means it had what you call a reference to the region, to the area here. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, again here the same thing. Okay, this, believe it or not, is actually a newspaper advertisement from the Malaysian Berita Harian, dated 2nd of September 1960. And if you notice the spelling, even the costumery and all of that, okay, again, it's about framing the visual persuasion element of it, okay. This was thought to be by the designers at that point in time, to be what the locals or in the Malaysians were at that point in time. So again, I think it's very, very interesting because there is an element of what you call storytelling here. And if you would take this and transfer it into a setting for example, in Instagram today, I think it is still very, very relevant and can be even this thing. And the points here actually, when you say about the points, the 2 points that I mentioned here is about it's very, very visual led. That means the position in terms of something that you read is not there, but something that you see. And then also the other point is that adding more sense of humor and on the product rationale. I think this again, when you say sense of humor, I think that's what's happening right now. If you notice, a lot of websites, a lot of elements in social media, humor plays a very, very important role. So again, this is something that I think that we can actually relate to. Very interesting. I felt that, again, the connection that historically, what was in the 60s, in the early 90s, back in the 60s and all that, is again so much relevant even until today in social media. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. I'll just quickly. Okay. So the themes, which I concluded here, okay, which is again very, very relevant to what we are seeing right now in the media right now. Okay, in Facebook, I have to mention again, okay, for whatever social media that we're familiar with. Okay, you can see the themes are very, very prevalent even until today. The first theme is on beauty. Okay, I'll show examples of this. Okay? And the second one is on comfort, whereby you feel very assured, okay, in comfort. And the third is on curiosity. So these are the themes which is even, I think, I see until today very, very prevalent on social media. And this so-called transformation, for all the transformation I observe is more on the technology. That means as technology becomes prevalent, what you call the grounding themes, the framing, the visual persuasion elements, it's all still on a constant basis. It's just that it's been given a more dynamic form. So I think this is something that I'd like to just, this is again based on my observation here. And if you're kind enough, can we go to the next slide, please? Right, so here's an example of what's known as I meant for the first one again. This is something done in, this is a print ad done in 1964. And this is where you talk about the product promise, okay, whereby with this so-called hair oil or hair tonic, okay, your hair will be more, what you call in healthier mode and all that kind of things. So again, it's all done in one frame, what you call in one image, because at that time the limitation for print was that you have to tell everything into one frame. And again, I think that similarity is drawn even until today, even in what you call commercial pages in the Facebook or even in Instagram. You've got to tell your story in one page if possible. So this is what's happening right now. And I think what has happened is that all the text has been replaced by video. So that means the storytelling, the visual narrative is already being done by video. So everything, all it comes up. So I can imagine that even something like this hair tonic can even take on a new form if it's being advertised on Instagram. So again, I'm talking about technological advancement, yes, but the gist of visual persuasion is still very, very much strong in there. Okay, can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, and I think it's something that a lot of us can relate to. Well, I'm not on a personal basis, but it's something that I grew up with also. Okay, sorry, okay, the Singer sewing machine. I think this was a period whereby everything, when you say modern in 1964, things you could sew clothes a lot faster. And again, it's about advancement of technology. And again, here if you show about the promise of the product and all the kind of things. So again, if I were to relate this, just quickly check here. If I were to relate this to what has happened, Okay, what has happened right now, it is again about what you call the theme of what we call comfort. And as just a quick recap, if you look about the themes that I mentioned just now about beauty, comfort, and curiosity, it's all being displayed here. The visual elements are here. Okay? Although back in the 60s, I think it's very, very direct. That means it shows you the actual product itself. But what we see on social media nowadays also is very much the same. I mean, if you would like to see, let's say for example, if there's a new car coming out, you will see the whole car, the whole product. Okay, and you will have what you call the so-called tagline, modern, silent, and so forth. So interestingly enough, okay, what was done historically is again being repeated, but in a different platform on a new technology, based on the present technology. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so as we come here, again, we're talking about what you call comfort and beauty, again about the function, okay? So this is when television started coming out. This is an Australian brand. It's a television, Pi, but it ran in the Malaysian newspaper called the New Straits Times in 1964. You can see here again is about what you call beauty, framing it as something as an object of beauty and something that everyone would want to have. I think in 1964, owning a television was seen as a luxury. We can only read about it in the newspapers. Today, I think what is seen as a luxury is within our medium right now. That means everything we have it on our devices at this point in time. So something that we say that because of the new technology at Marvel we can get everything, but at the end of the day, the theme is still very, very much I like to put out here. Okay, the same, and this is about theme on beauty. And can we go to the next one, please? I'll try to show a lot of examples. Okay. Now, the reason why I decided to, why I wanted to share with you the advertising themes and the framing of visual framing, the framing of visual persuasion historically and even until today in new media, I feel that we as design and art and design academics, okay, I think we should close the gap sharing and findings as put by Dr. Swastivi earlier on just now as our first speaker. I think we should share our findings. And I think this is very, very important because I think in the community of art and design, there's much to be shared presently. And I really welcome that, the fact that EC has taken this initiative and we've done this ARCADESA for the past quite a number of years already. I see that this is something very valuable and again, something that we should continue. And I'd just like to mention that I think what's important here is that we should continue to nurture the innovation, because what we can do is that we can share this as part of the United Nations call for Sustainable Development Goals. If you recall from one of the SDGs is about having good education and sharing knowledge. And I think this is something that we should continue as how shall I say, as the norm goes. And looking at what you call the exchange right now that we have with online presence, I think this has made us even closer in that aspect, not physically, but I think in terms of sharing knowledge, I think it has opened up a big, how shall I say, a big platform for us. We have, limitless. I envision as in the years to come, I see ARCADESA as going even wider and bigger. We will have even more partners from every corner of the world. And I feel that, again, on the positive note, in spite of this COVID pandemic right now, I feel that this is something that we can actually go the distance. And I think with that, I'd like to conclude at this point in time my concise presentation. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the presentation. We just say that a great nation is one that values history. We really have to appreciate history, but now our job really is in such a contemporary what is how to create a different platform and, like you say, nurture the innovation and create the sustainable object of product of art because it's related to community. So, okay, since we already passed two speakers, now opening the question and answer session. And so far, I have a question for Dr. Swastini, and it is from
Mr. Cahyono Priyanto, he's also a faculty member at Interior Design, Faculty of Design. So, question is, Paris once stated that the role of the designer in the future is to develop a design for laymen or non-design people to make the designs, which could lead to the democratization of design, where people can also create their own design. So, do you think it could lead? That's a question. One question first. So, Dr. Swatiwi, and to answer the question.
Okay, I'm getting audio. Okay, I'm trying to get audio again. Could you repeat? Was it for me?
I think you can, it's for Dr. Swatiwi and for you too. But maybe Dr. Swatiwi will answer the question first, and then I'm going to repeat the question.
Okay.
Dr. Swatiwi?
Could you
Okay.
because I lost some of the question.
Okay.
Is this one from Cahyono Priyanto?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cahyono.
You could actually read the question on the chat.
Okay, I can read it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I read it? Yeah, I'll read it out.
Sorry. Okay.
In the chat, in the group chat, yeah?
Yeah.
Sanders once stated that the role of a designer in the future is to develop a design tool for laymen or non-design people to make a design, which could lead to the democratization of design, where people can also create their own design. Do you think it could lead to the diminishing of design role in the community? Okay.
Yeah.
Go first.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think right now is the open design or the design for the people is getting more popular, and a lot of people who actually the designer also promote or invite the public to participate more in the process of design. So I think it is a good way to design, because actually design is good for the people, and also the people know very well what their needs and what the problem is with their lives. Whether it is product, whether it is service, or whether it is a kind of system. Actually, the people who really know what they want to have or what they really need for that kind of things. So if whether it is demolish or diminishing the designer, I think it is not, because there are a lot of work. So don't worry that the designer would diminish from this area. And I think still in the process of designing, the thinking or the knowledge is still become part of the designer, because maybe the people could do could do a list of the needs, but they could not have many solution or many thinking about what the best thing for them to use. And I think it is not only for the designer, it is the designer as well, also need support from other experts. That's what I can say for the question of Cahyono. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swatiwi. And how about you, Professor Musa? What do you think?
Okay, thank you very much. I think first of all, I'd like to thank, Priyanto's question, his inquiry, I think it's quite valid. And I think it's going through a lot of what you call design educators worldwide. But I would see it as, again, I have to, Dr. Swatiwi as well, I think I have to share also certain commonalities. I think it's not about so much of diminishing the role of design. I think what's important is that what's happening is that when we say democratization of design, there's design in what you call content creation. That's one part of it. And I feel that the design community per se, from now, for the past few years, I can see what's happening is that everyone's going into what you call other levels or other realms of design. That means you're talking about the business of design. You're talking about things like, whereby how can design assist in terms of in the healthcare. So again, it's about going cross boundaries. And I feel that is what I feel is about democratization of design, whereby you start to go into other fields where people will think, I mean, can you imagine using virtual reality, not just for gaming, but also for simulation? Surgeons, during their off time before they do actual surgery, they have what you call VR apps, whereby you get 3D artists who actually do the simulation and they practice surgery, keyhole surgery. Okay, but they need what you call designers who are what you call 3D animators and all that kind of, so people from the creative industry. So what's happened is that I think the not say the role of design isn't so much of diminishing. I think if anything, it's expanding. And I feel that whereby we can't, I mean, you can't afford, I say we as in the design community, can't afford to just stay in this, what you call, this area of realm of just design. You have to, what you call, go beyond that. We're talking about, as mentioned, design is a very, very big, has a very wide spectrum from product design, graphic design. So again, a lot of it. And right now also there are new designers. I mean, at one time we had interface designers or web designers. Now you have experienced designers, you have what you call, all this has come up. It shows you how technology has played a pivotal role in changing. The fundamentals of design, I think, is still there. And I think for whatever reason, when you say the layman, I think here when we mean the layman, I think it's for the public who hasn't gone through formal art education. But I think that's another forum altogether, because formal art education is also changing. We can see that's happening right now. For example, I'm sure at your university, as mine right now, because of the pandemic, we're running our classes virtual. And some of us are questioning, how can you teach a studio-based subject online? But there have been solutions. Okay, so it's become a hybrid of what you call teaching methodologies. Pedagogy has changed, andragogy has changed. So even in art and design. So I think it's not so much of diminishing role, but I think it's how we are expanding and cross over with a hybrid of a lot of things. That's, okay. I think, yeah.
So we can say that design is not going to extinct, are we? So no worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
It's gonna take many different platforms, and I think we as designers or in the design community, whether not educators or practicing designers, we must take the challenge seriously. Okay, we can't just sit back and say like, okay, everything's going to go different now. Where am I going to be? It's not about that, but we will have to sit up and take the challenge and rise to the occasion. And which I'm positive that we will. I'm positive of that.
Sure. Keep optimism. Keep positive. Okay, so another question for Professor Ruslan, and this is from Mr. Gogor. Mr. Gogor is also chairman of this conference. And his question is, what is the basic difference from the design in the past with this digitalized like right now, especially on the content of its communications? And so whether or not now back to the state message like before or like that?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it? I'm not. I have to apologize. My equipment here isn't quite good. Could you?
Okay, I'm gonna take it. So, what is the difference from the design in the past with this digitalized design, like right now nowadays, especially on the content of its communication? Okay. So, whether or not it's back to the state message like before, like in the past, or like that?
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. The question is something along the lines of what's the difference from the past and the present with the technology?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Yes. In the context of visual communication, yeah?
Yeah, especially of its communication, the content of its communication.
Content of its communication, okay. I think, well, again, like I said, from my perception, from what I've seen right now, I think with the advent of technology and the ease of use of technology right now, there is a lot of room for, well, I wouldn't say communication, but miscommunication. Because, the tendency, there is what you call, for unscrupulous individuals, you can actually manipulate. I'm sure you've seen that, many things. So again, I think in principle, but having said that, in principle also, historically also, there has been what you call miscommunication also. But again, it's in the context of how the content creator presents everything. I think that is what it seems right now. Again, if I relate to what I mentioned earlier on just now, I think with technology and all that, things can only get enhanced or even better. Not so much of being a major difference. I think difference in terms of delivery and absorption, yes, there is a lot of difference. We tend to get information right now in a snapshot because everything comes in full color, full video, high resolution or whatever it is, okay, as compared to somewhere historically you have to go out, you have to buy the newspaper or buy the magazine and so on and so forth. I mean, those were days of but I think because of the speed of absorption, again, I think that we should also keep in mind that we have to be very, very careful on how we deliver this information. So again, what you call the ethics on part of designers, I think is still very, very important. We can't just say that, okay, somebody told us to do this, so I just did it alone. We have to have ethics, and there's something that is risen up quite a while right now. I mean, you can't just say that just because somebody's paying you to do it, and you just go ahead and do it. So I think ethics ethical practice plays a big, big role. And this is something I think which is viewed seriously in the near future. And one of the challenges for designers of the future coming soon, right? I think that's it.
Well, related, you said about the ethical role, related to that. I think it makes me curious what happened with the advertisement in Malaysia, because we are really close. I mean, we are neighbors, but in some parts it's different because we have so many variety of ethnics and also culture and religion. But Malaysia, we all know that you are very strong, especially as a Muslim country.
Yeah, exactly.
So, in terms of Africa, what happened with the advertisement situation in Malaysia?
Okay, for Malaysia, I think the general code is that they have what you call a code of ethics for advertising in Malaysia, and it transcends across all medium, not just what you call the digital media or social media, but also in print and so on and so forth. So I think this is something that the government has taken the initiative. So we do have what you call a code of ethics which everyone has to follow through. If not, you won't get it out there. And even having said that, also there is a body which also overlooks what I call the content that we created. So again, I think it is about it goes both ways. You get somebody from a policy level or the authorities, that's one, but also the people. I mean, the designers of us. I say us in the design community. Okay, when we create the content, again, where we adhere to our ethics, I think that's very, very important. And like rightly mentioned by you, rightly said, you talk about a lot of similarities. I think this is where when we have common grounds, I think this is where I see a lot more room for cooperation and sharing. And that's why I welcome again, ARCADESA as part of this, because I think this is something that we can actually take distance and again share with everyone out there and feel that we can really spread and do something positive. I think that we are headed in the right direction. I think there will be bumps along the way for sure, but I think together able to manage. I'm positive on that.
Okay. So also we have another question. Yeah. He or she doesn't give clear name, but I assume it's a student maybe. So they ask, the design from Indonesia at some point has similar style with Malaysia. So is the similarity in culture also give influence to the style of advertisement communication in the Is it clear? Is that clear?
Who is it for? Anyone? Dr. Swasti?
To you.
The question is for you because he or she would like to know in Malaysia.
Oh, in Malaysia?
Yeah. So
Okay. I think it's evident if you watch what's that? For example, the Malaysian advertisements, be it on television or social media channels. Okay, I think it is unavoidable that we do have. I mean, because of our strong what you call commonalities in terms of culture and even religion. Okay, I think you can see that it is unavoidable that there are similarities. Okay, and I know for sure that there are what you call very smart marketeers who actually tap on this advantage. So I think certain things that work well in Indonesia can work equally well in Malaysia in terms of advertising. So that's why we notice there are quite a few products here which is doing successfully here, as well as some Malaysian products doing successfully. If I give you one example here, not just from advertising, but because of the product and it's a what you call a visual persuasion in that context, okay? For example, you're talking about, I don't know whether you talk about instant noodles like Indomie.
Yes.
Very, very popular in Malaysia. So by food, you can see what you call the commonality. So again, it works both ways. And another one, I think there's a lot of what you call restaurants here in Malaysia, which already opened up for quite a number of years already. The ayam penyet.
Okay.
Okay. It's widely accepted here.
Okay. It's
so,
very pedas, yeah. It's very pedas.
Yes. You can order different levels. Okay,
yeah,
but
different levels.
What started off as street food from my recollection, okay, has now gone to another level, and this what you call a warung ayam penyet in Malaysia. It's already come up to they open up outlets in shopping malls.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you can see how things have how things can work actually. But again, due to what you call the commonalities of our culture and our things is acceptable. I feel that it is yet to reach its maximum point. I think it's a lot more possibilities. I'm just giving examples of food because maybe it's much time, I don't know. but I feel that that's something I noticed very much so. Even my earlier visits with last year when I visited Jakarta and Yogyakarta, also it's the same thing. There are a lot of things that Malaysians can actually just get into. So I think in terms of design, also the same. I mean, when I watch your billboards, I watch your television commercials, a lot, I can straight away get it. I can straight away understand. So I think this is something that, because of the commonalities, I think language is just a matter of getting familiar to it, like any other language.
So maybe this is my own question. Will the ayam penyet at the malls differ with the one at the food store, like pedestrian?
When we can travel, you can come here and try and see.
Yeah, I actually went to UITM Alam for a few times. So yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
We usually only have the nasi lemak, which is
okay. Yeah.
So okay, it's another question still for you, Professor Lisa, because I think the audience has a big curiosity to you. Another question is there any influence on political situations and the government policy in making visual communication message? For instance, like the advertisements in Indonesia in the era of, or we call it Orde Baru, you must familiar with that. There is some sort of difference with the current advertisement right now. So the creative people really have the freedom to create something like more like crazier or more unique right now, rather than before the past. It can also happen in Malaysia.
I think it's very, very much similar in Malaysia. If you talk about what you call the political scene, where if you say about advertising, because of how the media has opened up, nobody owns social media in that sense. There's no what you call a governing, not say a governing body, but because of the internet, the philosophy of it is about democracy, sharing for all. So when you have elements like social media, that it is really widely acknowledged that social media now is actually the media to go to first, rather than what you listen on radio or what you see on television. Even radio and television also is on social media. One observation I can tell you this: consumption has gone to a different level, because I notice right now, if you look at I'm talking about the standard Malaysian family, not many families actually sit down. They sit down and have and see television in together as a family. The daughter will be seeing something on the phone, the mother will be seeing something on it. Everybody have their own preference. So taking that in light of that, if you talk about the political, what you call the promotion and propaganda, if you want to call it that also, okay, that has come a long way. I'm sure all political parties anywhere in the world, they have what you call their own cyber army, to create content, to influence, to inform, to promote. So again, I think this is where because of the democratization is in point, and at the end of the day, it comes back to the individual or the public, the consumer, all of us here, okay, on how we pick and choose. Again, I think that point there, whereby I talk about ethics, I think again it's very, very important. It's how whether or not you talk about it. When you say drastic, how far you go. Over here, the ethical part of it is that you don't go until personal attack. Yeah, so I think that is where, I mean, the line is drawn, not of personal attack or family attack. It's all about the individual capabilities and so on and so forth. But being human, I know sometimes you can't help it, but there will be what you call instances that will happen. So I think because the medium is so open right now, and I think that's why it's become what it is today.
So you said that the government will interfere the mass media or the advertisement area in Malaysia as well, with the policy, with the rules, law.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, there are policies, general guidelines in place, I think, as a rule of thumb. But I think adherence to it all depends about enforcement and also to the individual, how you adhere to the ethics. There are policies, definitely. There are policies of there.
Yeah. So is that like more strict nowadays or in the past?
I think it's pretty much the same, just revised, whereby when you find that it's a thing, but there's no what you call a general gag order whereby you cannot do. I think that one it hasn't reached that stage. So it's not like a police state. Everyone still has a platform to voice their opinions. I think that's still prevalent here.
Yeah. Again and again, because we are a country, but based on my opinion, I think that our designer here in Indonesia could be like more visual and have more freedom to express their idea, their message, in the form of communication. Okay, so while waiting for another question, I think is that okay if as a moderator another question? Okay, but I think I'm gonna ask a question to address my question to Dr. Swasti about the social responsibility plan, because on the presentation she said that designers should have social awareness and responsibility. So, Ibu Dr. Swasti, in the situation like this, when the pandemic, we are still having the pandemic, when we have no idea when it's going to be over, or hopefully it's going to be over. So, what do you think is the real role or function of the designer to create the social awareness and responsibility to face the pandemic, to help the people in need? Because, like we say, the design should be more accommodating for people in like more vulnerable, people in need, instead of people who already have the infrastructure or capacity to have their own self. What do you think? Maybe like real example to show the designer social responsibility.
Thank you for the question. I think it is so what I said in my paper is to promote to the designer itself, to the individual, to the government, to the communities, because actually if we let it go, like what happened right now, we never got the result. So we should promote this terus-menerus, continuously. And in my position as the lecturer, I also promote to the student that this is your what is it? Your kewajiban, your what is it? Responsibility to give social support to the people who really need design. Okay, because if we hope to the business or to the corporate, they won't give any attention, or maybe if they give the attention, it will be in a limited number, because actually what they want to have is more keuntungan, more generate more, yeah, that's what they have to, what they want to have. And also, I also see that the higher education, such as Yogyakarta or MIT, they can give more support to this area through the research, through the social services, and also to the education to the student. It will give a lot of benefit for the vulnerable. Yeah. And it is not easy. So I made it as a topic to this speech because we really have to encourage people to do this, and also to the designer especially. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Budi. How about you, Professor Putra? Also, curious that people say that one of the of our of us as artists and designers is that we have a social functions here on the community. So in Malaysia now, it's also during this pandemic era, what is the designers and also like artists or maybe craftspeople do in Malaysia to use the work of art as vehicle to also like assistance to the people in need happen in Malaysia.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think this is very, very appropriate at this point in time. I would like to share with you two examples. If you can, if your secretary can actually get to the faculty website, maybe later on I can just share with you. Okay, you go to our university's faculty website. It's called ad.uitm.edu. I will key in the message. Okay. One thing I'd like to share with you all. Do you know whether it's appropriate? I think number one, for example, a lot of our fine art lecturers and artists over here, our alumni, they've been participating in what you call campaigns in Malaysia, which has been going on. For example, I'll give you one example. Very recently, we had what's called the campaign for art against AIDS. Okay, so what has happened is that artists actually, some artists got together and did a group show, and the proceedings from the sales, okay, a portion of it went to the funding of what you call the funding of the AIDS program. So I think again you can actually see how you talk about artists being involved in society. I think it's already there, really. And I know there are a lot more other examples, but this is something that I can just remember. And we talk about designers. I can just quickly share with you. I'll just quickly key in here as I go along. You can website and you can look into our what you call our collaboration work. What we did was, hang on a minute. Okay, I'm just keying in the URL for my faculty's website. Maybe if you have time, you can actually try, or just Google AD UITM. I think you're familiar with that. Okay, but I want to share with you about in the month of April when we had our first wave of the pandemic over here. A few of my fashion design lecturers in our faculty here, they were browsing on the social media on Facebook, and one of the messages they picked up from Facebook was that it's all in the video in our website. Actually, they picked up was from how the nurses in the nearby hospitals in our region, okay, were showing that our nurses here didn't have free time because after their shift, what they did was that they didn't go home. They had to stick their own personal protective equipment, PPE, the mask and all that, okay. And they were struggling because they didn't have what you call the skills to do a lot. So what happened was that the fashion lecturers from our faculty picked up that message, contacted the hospital, one of the hospitals, and asked the nurses, how can we help? Okay. And so within that controlled environment, so about 7 lecturers got together, came to our faculty. We have a workshop, fashion workshop, okay, and actually got a sample of it and did they opened up the protective equipment, look at how the stitching, how the pattern was done, okay, and then bought the material. We got some funding from what we call from some well-wishers, some contribution. Okay, bought the same material that they were using. Okay, and then actually managed to, because we have all the heavy equipment, they can cut like, we can cut like 10 layers straight away instead of one by one. So they could cut that, but at the same time using the what you call the disruptive technology, disruptive mode. Yeah, our fashion lecturers contacted all our alumni who were staying within the region here, who have their own machines to stitch. So we use our riders here. Here we call Grab, over there like Gojek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we cut everything, cut all the patterns, tied it up, used some of the riders, and sent to the alumni, and they did the stitching, and then came back to us. We did the quality control, and then sent it over to the what you call to the hospitals. And I think we managed to produce, I think in 1 month, I think about 9,000 pieces. So you can actually see how how designers can actually be involved. Because most of the time when we hear fashion design, it's always about glamour, brand, high street brands, all that kind of stuff. But these lectures just voluntary, go on their own. And towards the second time, we managed to get a few volunteer students. But of course, with social distancing, everybody wore masks, all that, and we started to do that. I don't think if I can just quickly, can I share the screen here if I can do that? Let me just quickly go to. I'll try as I explain here. Okay. Okay. And if I can just share with you our collaborative events. Collaboration. Always, when you want to look for it, it becomes very difficult. Let me just, but I know I have it here. Hang on a minute.
When you say that fashion is unreachable, fashion is not unusual, but it's reachable. Everybody can know it's fashion, it's not cultural.
So, I mean, this is something that can actually sort of like, how shall I say it, how we can actually achieve something that,
did something real to the society.
Exactly, it's real work.
Yeah, that's what we call the anti-social responsibility. So artists
CSR,
the craftspeople.
Exactly. Just let me. I know it. Because we just changed the layout of our website. So I'm having. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can quickly just Google this here. Much better if I were to Google. Okay.
And it's faster.
Yes. Good old Dr. Google. Okay, I'm just going to copy this YouTube, which is actually a Malaysian news footage. I'm going to pause right here, music. Okay? And I'm going to put it on the message.
The chat.
Yes. Okay. And if your secretary can just run this. Okay, in the chat, I've just given you the YouTube URL.
Can we see? No?
Okay, or shall I try to share?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so I'll just go on this link. Okay, and what do I have to do? I have to, hang on a minute here. Share screen here. Okay. Do you all see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. Okay, these are our fashion lecturers from the fashion department, fashion design. So this is the part where we send out to our alumni to stitch all these little roles, yeah, complete. Also housewife, yeah. So there was, yeah. So I mean, that's just an example of what we did earlier this year, middle of this year actually. So I think,
yeah, if I can tell you, this is what exactly happened. Yeah, this is what exactly happened also in Indonesia, that our designers and students, everybody make that uniform, you know.
yes.
Because we are family.
Exactly, yeah. So I think this is something that, you know, just now you saw the 7, they're all lecturers, senior lecturers and all that. Nobody ordered them or called them, they just came together. So I think, again, we talk about, you know, designers, artists and designers having a role in society. I think we do have a role, you know, we prove it time and time again. And I'm sure this is also happening everywhere in the world, also not just our place. So I think, you know, is something that is about proof to show that how artists and designers can play a role in society at many levels, many levels. Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, so we still have time to have a time, and we have two more questions. So first question is for Dr. Swati. Swati, this is the question. What is designer can do to improve the situation in this unfortunate pandemic? Since many building projects in Hawaii, or will it be actually an opportunity to go for the area? Is that clear, Dr. Swati?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course, this pandemic already declined all the economic activity. So I'm very sure that many projects already stopped or even stopped, not continued. And what the designer can do, actually, that's the moment for the designer to do or to have their own work, as a startup or as a new usaha kecil yang baru, startup. Because right now everybody should do what they can do to have a better life, and if they can do something for others, it will be better. But the important thing is to do for their life first, and then if they have capability, they have the resources, they can help others to make a better life. Because right now all the things going down, so we need to work together, give the sympathy to others, to help them, and to go through these bad things safely.
Okay.
That's what I can say, because that's what we can do. Actually, we should do what we can do, even the small things, maybe helping others to relieve their problems. Yeah, that's the thing I can say to this question.
Okay. So another question is still related to the pandemic. So Dr. Swati, what do you think the future holds for sustainable design related to the post-pandemic? What do you think the future holds for sustainable design related to the post-pandemic?
Yeah, I think we should more open to the working together with other disciplines. Collaboration work should be promoted, and then also we move going down and going up, working for the very simple thing, but also we hope we can have to more to the upper level with the system or with the environment, and also with the more in global area. Actually, with the different domain, we have to have certain skill, we have to have certain knowledge, we have to have to have infrastructure which could support the implementation of the works we should do. Actually, design can work going up and down, and we can do from the starting from the research or starting from the real world, from the design. So we can make a better design, or we should do a research to make a new design. And also we can start from the people, or we can start from the imagination of the designer. So actually we have the many area to start to look location, many area location, and to work, to start to work, and yeah, we can do something, maybe little by little, but we should do it. Right.
Another question, Dr. Swati. Another question for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Swati, I want to see your opinion. Do you think design with local culture became a repository of knowledge regarding responsible design for standard? For example, vernacular design.
Oh, the last one, what is it?
For example, vernacular design.
Vernacular design.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, vernacular design. Yeah, I think it is promoting the local culture, promoting the local needs. Right now, the design could move that way. We can use the highest technology with the sophisticated, with technology. That's the technology. Maybe it is very universal. So we can use many technology from other countries, but design also could go through the very traditional, very local, very vernacular things, and the other things which the value of design, or the value nilai dari design is related to the appropriateness to their culture. The culture, the geographic requirement, or the geographical, like what if we live in the tropical area, maybe we have a different requirement with living in the subtropic area. So design should pay attention, or should mempertimbangkan that things to consider, consider the things that related to the locus.
Okay. I think we have, because we have time, and we have one more question. I think the last session, so far it looks one last question, and it's for both of you, both Dr. Swastika and Professor Ruslan. Professor Ruslan, are you still there? Professor Ruslan, are you still there? So maybe for you first,
Okay.
So how people without design knowledge facing the responsibility, the social responsible design, switching their mindset, so to say. Can I repeat it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. How people without design knowledge facing the responsibility to a social responsible design, switching their mindset, so to say.
Switching the mindset sophisticatedly?
So to say.
So to say. Oh, okay.
So to say.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So this is for people that have no idea about design, that have no design capacity or design experience or knowledge.
Okay. Actually, what Cahyono already said the first time, that design right now become more democratic, and there are an expert centers said that actually we have to help people to make their own design. So it is the what is it, the kewajiban, kewajiban, what's it, responsibility, or the responsibility of the designer as well to socialize this capability, to help them, to help people to how to make their own design. I think it is really really have to do to socialize this concept to the people around, to the society in general.
to communicate with the society.
Yeah, to communicate, to socialize.
Okay.
Maybe it's easier for the people who live in the city or people who already educated, but it will be more difficult for people who live in remote area and have less education.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. How about you, Professor Ruslan? Do you want me to repeat the question, Professor Ruslan? Because the question is also good.
Yes, please. I have a bit of audio just now. Okay.
So the question is, the question is how people without design knowledge facing the responsibility to a social responsible design, switching their mindset, so to say.
How do people without
knowledge, design knowledge, without
design knowledge, okay.
Facing the responsibility to a social responsible design, switching their mindset, so to say.
I think to one term comes to mind straight away when you ask that question. Actually, I think at the end of the day, for those who don't have what you call that design background or whatever it is, for how to help, I think volunteerism is the key word here. I think and I think you don't have to have what you call the specific knowledge in that sense, but volunteerism, that means it's something that you come in on a volunteer basis, and then whatever basic skills there are, you can just pick up and you go along. I think that's something that is on the rise right now on a positive note. I see a lot of people coming together from different backgrounds. Okay, as mentioned by Dr. Swastivi just now, from not just urban, but from suburban, rural area, but they're volunteerism. That means they just come together and just do whatever they can. Because I think one thing I realized with this pandemic, I think our two hands it's and of course a sound mind. I think this is what can make things go forward. Volunteerism. You help to form a line for a food kitchen, for example, to distribute food for the needy. That is a start. So we don't need to have what you call specifically. You have what you call a specific body of knowledge to become. You just come in, volunteer, and then you just get stuck in and start to do that. And I think this is where things can actually go beyond. As mentioned just now, pandemic. If you, for example, in Malaysia, we do have certain areas whereby you do have homelessness. Okay, but what has happened is that certain not just NGOs but volunteer groups just came to this, didn't wait for the government or whatever it is. Okay, although the government came in also, but I didn't just came in, started to distribute packed food or even just buy what you call ready-made food or just sustenance. So again, it's I think volunteerism would be the key word here. Everyone wants volunteer because it is about helping mankind throughout at the end of the day. So I think that is the basis of it. The added advantage for us, we see about in design community or art and design, we have a certain inherent skill, be it an artist or a designer, yes. And that is what, as Dr. Swastivi mentioned, okay, you put that into good use, exactly. But at the end of the day, it doesn't hurt if you just volunteer yourself to be in line to distribute food, not a problem. Or you volunteer to just collect something, drive to a certain area and distribute. So again, I feel that sometimes it goes beyond. It comes back to just basic human nature, and I think that's something that's proven time and time again through this period, which we're going through right now. It's a very challenging phase. We're in our third wave right now in Malaysia, so it's scary, but it's something that we face it and we move. So I'm positive. I'm quite positive.
Yeah, so I can say because we say that volunteerism because kindness is contagious.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because
we do need most right now.
Being a good Muslim, at the end of the day, we're always thankful, bersyukur. That's what we have, So sometimes when we see someone else who is resisting, so we just extend our hand in help, in any way, in any form. It can be just donating some cash, but that helps. So it can happen.
Okay, I thought it's going to be the last question, but I think the committee told me that Mr. Julian Godard is raised his hands. Maybe he wants to question or have a question, Mr. Julian? How to pronounce this? So, Mr. Julian, are you there? Mr. Julian, raise his hand. So,
Hi.
yeah, please, if you have any question or thought or anything.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed both the papers and how they were, really well considered. And one of the issues that was apparent was the relationship between the designer and notion of democracy. And I was wondering if both speakers could comment on the idea that maybe we need to move away from the idea of the notion of a designer as the creator and more as a facilitator to allow for more participatory design. So the idea is the designer as a facilitator and not necessarily the leader or the creator.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah. So are you going to address this to both of the speakers or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. So please do maybe Dr. Swati first or yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Professor Kodrat, and welcome to Indonesia to this seminar. I think, yes, actually right now the designer could become the creator, because right now the things we should design is more complex and also more open to the public, so that the involvement of other people or other expert is needed. So I think you are very right that designer could not say that I'm the designer, I'm the creator of the things or the project, and we should open and be more more calm down or more sederhana, simple thing, or more what you call it?
Support, facilitate.
No, more
Humble.
ya, lebih rendah hati.
Humble, it's a humble.
More humble to the public, that we can share our knowledge, and we can even get some knowledge from the people or from other experts. So that's I think the trend is going to that area, to that things. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. How about you, Professor Robertson?
Okay, thanks much. Hi, Prof. Goddard. How are you? How are things going?
Good to see you.
Likewise, yeah. In such strange times right now. Okay, but just coming back to your question, I think yes, I can actually, as I mentioned earlier on just now, I think you have hit it right on the nail. I think when you talk about, when you say participatory, I think that is what's happening right now going into the future, and whether designers like it or not, I think that role is becoming more and more prevalent. And it's something that you have to work with. I mean, when you say working with community, you can't just say, I'm the designer here, listen to me. It just doesn't hold water anymore right now. So you've got to listen to a lot of parties, a lot of things to take into consideration, take on board, and then move forward. I think a lot of projects right now, it's already what you call this participatory mode, and whereby the designer, as you mentioned, rightly so, again, I have to agree with you, you say to facilitate, I mean, when it comes to things like design, you find you're coming there, but there are other aspects of things, projects, which is the nature of projects right now is very, very different. It isn't as straightforward, whereby, back in the 80s, you can say that, when A was A and B was B. Right now you've got A, and then you've got version A.1, version A.2, a lot of variations. So again, I think the role of the designer has taken we have to move with what's happening in the situation, the global situation right now. I say we as in designers and even artists. You know, I think even the favorite term, you know, whereby at one time I remember during my early days before I started teaching, you know, the term "my work speaks for itself." Even that is already, you know, it's already going, it's already, you know, it's changing a lot. And so again, when you say your work speaks, unless even if it's a video or whatever, also it still has to have some rationalization, some element of participatory. So I have to agree with you, Dr. Goda, Prof. Goda. I think, you know, that's the direction we are moving, and whether or not, I think a lot of us realize that already by now. And my equal, not say concern, but my observation is that the education of design, art and design also has to understand that.
Yeah, that's very much the point, because once we understand this, how do we change our teaching?
Exactly.
You know, what do we teach the students to enable this?
That's right. Yeah, I agree with Professor Goda that the education should also pay attention to this trend, to this.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, one discussion. Thank you so much, Pak Julian. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Sorry, apologize. Yeah.
Very good.
So I'm afraid that we run out of time for our first session. But first of all, I would like to remind you all, the audience of the speakers as well, that we still have a second session for this conference, and it's gonna be start at 1:30 p.m. after the lunch and praying break. So please join this session, because I am pretty sure that it's still going to be very interesting and widening our experience and knowledge. Okay, once again, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the speakers, Dr. Swasti, Dr. Jodlan, Faculty of Yogyakarta, and then from Professor Rusla, being apprehended from the ICM. We see again for the second session. Thank you so much for giving your time and to give us your experience, knowledge, and of course insights, so that we are now at the table. Yeah, we are facing the pandemic, which is really tough for everybody, not for just one, 2%, but everybody around the world. But of course, we really have to keep and stay positive, stay productive, and stay optimistic that we can face all of it together. Because as I mentioned before, stay positive and stay productive. So I think I'm going to give time to the master of ceremony, Ms. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Okay. I have to remind you again that we are going to have first parallel session after our 30 minutes break. Let me give you a broad picture about the topic will be discussed in each room. Room 1 will be more or less communication, visual design. And then in room 2, you are going to have a craft, and batik will be seen from several perspectives in room 3. And then last, room 4, you are going to have interior design. So participant, you can now have a 30 minutes break And then after that, we will see you again in each room. So set yourself to go to your chamber. Thank you very much.
Lift ya Mbak, apa ora? Sing lift aku wae. Sing lift aku.
Selamat pagi.
Hello again. Welcome back to the keynote speaker session. This is the second session and I do not want to waste your time, so I will directly hand the floor to our moderator, Dr. Alfie Lufiani. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are back to our second session of this conference, and I hope after the break we have more energy and feel fresh to raise for later raise a critical discussion. So for this session, same as before, we have two speakers, namely Dr. Ulrike Harbik from Australia and Assistant Professor Jakapan Vilasimikul from Silpakorn University. First of all, I apologize for mispronounce your name. Okay, so Professor Ulrike currently works at the Faculty of Architecture and Planning, Vienna University of Technology, and she's involved in interdisciplinary research in architecture and planning. So her focus is cultural heritage, diversity, and the interrelation between cultural and natural heritage. I think we could call her Ibu Uli, since she might know about Indonesia, I assume, more than I do or others, for her long connection with Indonesia, with this country. So, Ibu Uli, the next 30 minutes is yours. Please, thank you.
Terima kasih banyak.
Sama-sama.
So, actually, I'm from Austria, not Australia. So
Austria, yeah.
Tidak Känguru. So a bit different. But thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy and honored to be here today to present you a topic that I'm working on for many years now, to approaches to interdisciplinary conservation of cultural heritage. So I'm working at the Vienna University of Technology, so TU Wien, which is called now, on interdisciplinary approaches, especially on this topic, but I started with surveying actually on architecture, and now I'm home at the research unit for history of art and building archaeology. So building archaeology, nothing to do with archaeology in fact, but it is this interdisciplinary research and documentation of architecture. So as you can see here now, we are working on these interdisciplinary approaches, not only in Austria or Indonesia, but also in other countries like Egypt or Saudi Arabia, in India, in Niger, in Mali, in Iran, in many countries all over the world. So what is our approach? Based on a very detailed geometric survey, working on different layers that are tackling the built environment, and within this frame also the cultural heritage, because there are so many interlinkages, and this is what guides us to the topic that I want to speak today in detail on a program that is dealing with the development of a framework for education on this interdisciplinary conservation. So we are working on this with 5 Indonesian and 5 European universities in the moment, and I will talk about this at the end of my presentation. Before that, I will find some words about describing why we are doing this in Indonesia. I will provide you 2 examples, not from Indonesia working on this topic, then one from Indonesia itself, and then I come in detail on the framework program that we are currently working on. So how these interdisciplinary approaches are working. So we are collaborating, or we started to collaborate, let's start with this, with social and cultural anthropologists, because we see all the built environment, of course, is influenced by people, about their beliefs, their knowledge, their history, and the result is the architecture that reflects this common memory, this mutual knowledge of the people that are living, that are designing, that are creating the built environment, but in the end also can influence if it is destroyed or not. Why we are doing this in Indonesia? Because we are so much interested in this huge diversity of traditional architecture that is so much adapted to the local needs and condition. So that's why we really appreciate to work on different islands in Indonesia with different groups to find out not only about the special effects and materials that are shaping this built environment, but also how much the environment influences it, how much also this expression of cultural heritage in architecture is influencing the people, and then followed the art, followed all these expressions that are showing us how the culture of the people living in these buildings developed and is expressed today. So what are the very interesting and special facts on the architecture itself that caught our attention? It's this quality and wisdom in the traditional buildings that is interesting so much. So we were working in the island of Nias and Sumatra right after the heavy earthquake in 2004 that triggered the tsunami, and we found out that nobody was in years harmed in a traditional building because of its earthquake resistance. We have these buildings that have this very sturdy substructure, this middle structure in this stable box where the people are living, and the light roof construction with many, many details that are even then very safe when the building perhaps falls down on its, let's say, belly, because it was not maintained very good before, but still then all these structures is holding it up in a way so that people in there are very safe. And of course what is very important is that with these large openings the houses have, because in many cases the rainy season is very long and it's not so easy to go outside too much. There is a need for interaction between inside and outside the house, and with this very elaborate and sophisticated idea of having these openings and still a lot of privacy, we also have this extra advantage of a very good natural ventilation. So to find out about this is one of these interests that we have on the architecture. But as I mentioned in the beginning, we also do this in other countries. For example, here in Saudi Arabia, where we had the pleasure to work on the documentation and research of the traditional architecture of Saudi Arabia. One of the main projects that we did there was the recording and documentation and analysis of two buildings in the old city center of Al-Balad in Jeddah. And with one of the houses, my colleagues then in special worked on the interrelation of structure, natural ventilation and daylight input in the historic architecture of Jeddah. And this was based on this research on these buildings that we could only do because of this very good collaboration with the then mayor of the old city center, Mr. Sami Nawai. You can see him here on his carpet, because when we are going there, then of course we have to study the culture before we go. It's not so easy. We are entering private homes, And according to the laws and regulation in Saudi Arabia, all these buildings in the old city center are owned by an extended family, and all the family members have to agree on any measures that happen in the buildings. So sometimes it's very hard to enter a building, because if you have an extended family containing like 110 people and not everybody is happy with you going in there in all the rooms, some of course very private, then it's not so easy. So we have to find out how to get in contact, how to discuss things without any problems, and then to enter there. And with the help of Mr. Samnavar, we could measure his building, his family building, and also another one of a family that is living there. And I will show you how this looks like. So the historic center of Jeddah reflects the wealth of this port, this very important port of Saudi Arabia, which is also the entry to Mecca, and so many pilgrims each year are traveling through there. We have a very elaborate architecture that reflects the wealth of the merchants that are living there, but there are also many houses of more common people. The aim was to work in workshop with students of the King Abdulaziz University to teach them the surveying of the building, but also transmit the value of the cultural heritage, because many of the students have never been in the city center before, as it is home in the moment of a lot of immigrants, and there were rumors that it is a very poor part of the city, so it is prone to theft and people are not friendly and all these kind of things. So it was very interesting to go there with the students, to enter this building, to do the survey, and then to find out how much they appreciated at the end the value of the inner city, because you can go outside and stay outside, sit in the shade, in a coffee house, in the street, even in the middle of the day when it's very hot, because of this very interesting layout of the city center, so that you can stay there and appreciate the natural ventilation. They were also very astonished that these buildings, when all the openings, as we see here, the roshanas, which is a very important element of a traditional building in Saudi Arabia, are intact, and all the natural all openings are intact. Then it is also very nice inside the house, even without air conditioning. So this is what we were studying here. You see this house of the Nawar family. It was aimed to do here the research on the building itself, and then to find out how to reuse it for any means later on. So to work on that and to find out how to provide a good natural climate, not only for people, because the idea was to develop perhaps an Austrian Saudi Arabian art and study centers, kind of, where people could stay as artists or students in residence. So for this reason we did this survey and tried to find out with simulations how the airflow is working through the building, and how much the openings and the details in the architecture are interrelated with the climate condition, like wind and airflow and sun impact on the building. So to know about where the constant or the main wind direction is, and how high and at what time the angle of the sun is in which direction, you can calculate these wind flows and air flows through the buildings and relate them to the details in the architecture that are influencing these air flows, and then to find out which ones are still working, which ones are broken, which one where are too many openings in a moment or where to close them again. So with this, you can do an adaptive reuse study and to find out how you can really provide a good environment for later on. For this reason, of course, you also have to know about the interest and also the needs of the people living in the old city center, and also how with the students together it could be appreciated that people are going there again, so like their colleagues or their family. And with the students we learn to know how and why art perhaps is very, or especially for those students, is important and why they would need a building like this in the old city center. So this was from Saudi Arabia. I come back with the same topic on adaptive reuse, something that I showed also quite recently in another presentation, a project that we are currently working on an adaptive reuse study on a castle close to Austria, in Lower Austria, 60 kilometers here from Vienna, where we try to find out also an adaptive reuse. It is a completely different area, but also here a lot of things shaped and influenced the design and how this building is working and facing us today. So how we approach this? Again, we do a preliminary research. We find out that it is a pilgrimage place. Also, the church is very important for the people there, and that it is built, or it was built in the 18th century. So we have a lot of Baroque elements in there. And sorry, and that there are a lot of details interrelated to the surroundings that in the moment perhaps are a little forgotten because it is not used in the way it was in former times. It was also a convent with people studying there, so priests could learn there. So we have all these rooms that are still in place but not in use anymore. Very important in this frame is again to do this survey on the building itself, so that we can find out and unveil perhaps some details that are not so obvious when you just have a look from outside, because you find a lot of hidden parts in there, and to analyze them. Very important is then to have this very good plan from the beginning, to see that there are some cellars that are not very clear why they are here and how they are perhaps connected with other parts of the building. Very important is also to collaborate with the owner of the building and the family who still owns it and knows a lot about its history. We involve the students again, so that they get to know what is the values of the cultural heritage in our framework here, and to work together with the local authorities to learn to know what is important for the regional development. So if you want to develop a building like this in a direction, what would be the needs of the people around there? So with these findings, for example, that here is a very important fresco of a chapel from famous painter in Austria, and here a detail of the church, which are still very important parts. So, and they are undergoing restoration in the moment, with all these details on the Baroque time that we have here in place, and which is still something that in Austria is very much appreciated, and many people are going there and want to learn more about it. So part of this, we have this very rich history. So from the family that is living there, this building was used, as I already said, as a convent, as a school for priests. Later on, it was also used as a medical facility during the war. Afterwards, it was the home of occupying soldiers from Russia. And then it was a museum for Baroque arts for a long time. Interestingly, adjacent to this building is a glass house where one of the family members did some experiments in botanic research. He was one of a group who started this experimental biology, zoology and botanic research in Austria. So, which is a very important connecting point to possible later reuse ideas. So, because with this and the adjacent forests and farmland, you can try to work on something that is related to that, so the connection to the history, but also to something that we could do now there as an interdisciplinary research team, so perhaps as a research facility. And this is something that we are working on there. And what was also very interesting, or is very interesting, that this person who created this glass house did his research not only in Austria, but he also traveled to Java back in 1892, so quite a while ago, and he brought something back that looks like a crease. So we are coming back to Java, and I'm coming back to my last example on these interdisciplinary approaches. Here is a project that many colleagues in Yogyakarta have also been involved with. So here is the very first part where we just started our collaboration. So that's why EC is not mentioned in the next slide. So I'm apologizing for that. I just found out about it. So together with my colleague Patricia Engel, we started to develop an integrated concept for the restoration of art and architecture of the Museum Affandi in Yogyakarta. So it was a very special pleasure and honor working in here in collaboration with the Universitas Gajah Mada, with colleagues who use this also as collaborative workshop for the recording, so for the measurements of the building. And then we worked also with our colleagues from the Building Ecology and Building Physics Department, together with the Building Physics Department also for Gajah Mada University, and the Center for Book and Paper Conservation and Preservation at the Danube University in Krems. And of course, the Affandi Museum, which was very helpful with all the support we got from there, and the financial support was provided by Asia Uninet. So what our part was here was the building archaeological survey. As I mentioned, it's the survey and research on buildings. So we did the measurements, but we also studied the history, the ideas of the architect himself, the architect who was here, initially the painter himself. So he had his ideas of how to design and to construct this building so that it is to the needs of his idea, presenting his art, to have a home for his art, on not only the building itself, but this very lavish and elaborate garden that is adjacent to it. So now we have a very detailed plan for this building, and also a lot of details on the building climate, so which is very important to improve, so that it is also working for the part that Patricia was working on with the colleagues then later on of EC Jogja, and also the members of Affandi family on the restoration of the artwork in the building. And in this close collaboration, in working on the details on the building physics, but also on the building hygiene, for example, and how we could do some design work so to improve this possibility for the maintenance of this building, was very important, because as an architect we have our view, but with this interrelated discussion, of course, we know a bit more layers that are important, so to have a very sustainable environment also for the artwork. We had the pleasure also to use this framework to go to the gallery of Ibu Kartika Affandi, where in her house in Pakem, where the art is hosted in traditional buildings to find out how the environment of a non-air-conditioned traditional Javanese building can be a good environment for the presentation and also the storage of art, which is not that easy, but it is something that we can work on because we know how the environment is working in there and what are the most important dangers, as you can see here in the lowest line, our termites that are always around there, and also of how we can perhaps apply traditional methods to have also a safe approach for one hand preserving the material of the buildings, but on the other hand also not harming any art that is in there. As you see, we did here a number of projects together, always coming back to this part on the building, on the art, and on this integrated starting point where we have to work together. Of course, there are many disciplines then you find out that have to be involved, like biologists, like chemists, physicists, and so on and so forth, so that we find the best solution to have this joint approach. For example, also people working in informatics to have an idea of how to facilitate what we already worked on, to perhaps create a digital museum so that you can visit the Museum Affandi, also not going there but still appreciate the building itself and the artwork in there. So this is an ongoing project in the moment that is hopefully also coming to an end in this next year. So all these parts are our approaches to work on the conservation of cultural heritage. And as you can see here, it has these very confusing layers. It's complex layers because we have all the policies that are provided for the conservation of architecture. Starting, I always like to start with the UNESCO and all the advisory bodies that are working with them, who prepared the guidelines starting from the Charter in Venice for the conservation of cultural heritage to keep up its authenticity and integrity, because this is our joint idea for both art and architecture and also the intangible heritage. So to know where we can start from and where we are going to. So that's why we have to work together. So all the people working in the conservation of cultural heritage, and so we had the pleasure starting on this framework, 5 universities in Indonesia and 5 universities in Europe. So in Indonesia, we had the pleasure to work together with Universitas Andalas in Padang, Universitas Trisakti in Jakarta, Institut Seni Indonesia in Yogyakarta, with Gadjah Mada University in Yogyakarta, and also Universitas Udayana in Bali. So here we have a wide spectrum of different cultural backgrounds from Europe and from Indonesia, also with different islands, so that we can have a look at this with this joint approach. The idea is to incorporate all these parts that we are representing, working in the conservation of intangible heritage with the Universitas Andalas, with the conservation of fine arts with with Institut Seni Indonesia in Jogja, and with all these, as you also saw already, it is not only about the built environment, but with everything that is interrelated to it, on working on the single object on the conservation of the built heritage, going to the level of the heritage cities, and then finally also on the conservation of the cultural landscape as Sarjana. I like this word even more in Indonesia, with as far you can see, which is much more reflecting what perhaps we want to work on. So here the idea is to work on specific programs that are related to these special topics, but all of them are interrelated to these interdisciplinary courses to have the theoretic background and the same starting place, all starting with these principles that have been developed for many years now, which are or should be our modular background for these interdisciplinary conservation approaches on the cultural heritage with all its layers. And to understand this, we can start from and then further develop it and also try to work together, because you know that a lot of built-in heritage is reflected or represented in art. On the other hand, also a lot of art forms are represented in the built environment, and everything, of course, is part also or influenced by the intangible heritage, by the people using it, rooms for dancing, staying there, have their rituals in there, even using the spaces in there in a special form that, of course, is studied by sociologists, social and cultural anthropologists, and all these people that are related to these topics working on the intangible heritage conservation. And of course, when we're doing this, we try not to stop in educating new students, but also to have this as a part, as a continuing education, also for those people who are working in administration and in management, in governance related and directly in influencing the cultural heritage. And so far, or what we try to focus is here also on the Agenda 2030, because this is a long-term goal and we just don't have to forget about it. And these 6 sustainable development goals I just want to show you in the end, that are for us now the main important core parts of it, with the quality education, of course, where we also try to incorporate this appreciation of diversity, because cultural heritage is diverse and it should be diverse depending on the cultural background, with interdisciplinary methods that we are working on, and also using, facilitating these ICT tools as we are doing it here now, so that we can collaborate all over the world, even in a time like this, which is very nice in the moment, that we can do so even if we can't meet each other in person. Very important is also that we can work on decent work and economic growth, because especially in region where there is not perhaps too much other development, the cultural heritage is there, and its conservation has to be done by specialists. We can educate specialists and create new job opportunities for people who then are focusing on the cultural heritage. This is something, of course, that also has to do with the governance and the development of sustainable cities and communities. So to take here the authorities on board so that they know and appreciate that this conservation of cultural heritage is important, and how to learn from the past is something that is integrated in this whole topic on these interdisciplinary approaches. Only with this we can learn from the past and create an inclusive, safe and resilient built environment, and thus also a society that is appreciating it. The conservation of cultural heritage brings also a responsible consumption and production line with it, because if you know how people in the past used all the surroundings directly for the creation of art, of culture, and worked in their heritage, in their environment, if we facilitate this again, then we are much easier, much closer to this responsible consumption and production line. Of course, it is also focusing on the climate action, because again, if you use local material, if you try to get these traditional methods, which have been much more sustainable than the modern ones, then we can also have a lot of ideas tackled that are related to the climate action, and of course also disaster mitigation, as we saw. If we focus on something of how people were dealing in the past with disasters, of how they worked together, and also how they adapted traditional architecture or the architecture to the local condition, then perhaps we are more resilient also against disasters. And finally, as our project is something that is internationally connecting a number of institutes and groups, we are working on partnerships for the goals on an international level, which is also targeting this sustainable development goal. So I think this is a very important thing always to think about, how we are working on many levels in cultural heritage. Is it from our side here, speaking as working on the University of Technology, working on or focusing in the moment on the built environment, or is it something that is more related to intangible heritage or on the art, as you are working in Institute SNI Indonesia in Yogyakarta. So, and I hope in this mutual work together we find good and sustainable solution to conserve and preserve our cultural heritage, so that also in future we can appreciate these beautiful landscapes as we have them here in Kulon Progo. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih, matur nuwun.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Uli. And your presentation is really informative, and we can say that the interdisciplinary approach to the conservation of cultural heritage is really involved scientific research, social science, art, local tradition, and etc. So I hope we can have more discussion about this on the session of question and answer. Okay, so for the second speaker, we will have associate or assistant professor of Jakapan Vilasiniko. Once again, please apologize for my mistake in pronouncing your name. So Mr. Jakapan is from Silpakorn University, and he got his BFA in sculpture from Silpakorn University, Bangkok, and then continued his studies in Germany. It's hard for me to pronounce again, and so also I would like to say that his sculptures often are based on Thai proverbs, and very interesting, and are subtly political in inflection, very subtle in political inflection. So his work has been included in group exhibition in Thailand since the early 1980s, and is increasingly seen in other Southeast Asian countries, and including the auction as well. So he lives and works in Bangkok and teaches at Silpakorn University. Another little bit of Mr. Jakapan is he's a Thai Asian modern and contemporary artist who was born in Bangkok, and his title for me, The Toys for the Boy, to take one is Two Looks All, is my favorite, since it's really intriguing but also sophisticated at the same time. So we are really lucky to have Mr. Jakapan here. So to Mr. Jakapan, the next 30 minutes is yours. Please. Thank you.
Can you see my sharing screen?
Not yet.
How can I put my? I cannot put my on the screen.
So do you want us to start your screen?
I cannot share my screen. Sorry.
So okay, maybe I will ask the person in charge to start your screen. So do you want us to start your screen, Mr. Jakapan?
Yes, sure.
Okay, wait a minute, please. Excuse me, Mr. Jakapan. The committee said that we are not received any presentation or material from you yet. You don't have it? Hello?
No.
Yes. So we don't receive anything from you.
Can I send this by now?
Yes, sure. You can send it by now. He will send it by now.
Oh, sorry, I cannot send it to.
So have you sent your material? Have you sent it?
I cannot send through. Just a moment, please. Just a
Okay,
moment.
okay. Please let me know when you already sent it. And it's email it, all right? You can just email it. Yep. Sorry.
Do you have it? Just a minute, please.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Also, I will give you another email address on the chat column so that you can send it through that email as well.
You're gonna have it in.
Sorry. So I'm gonna write the email address, another email address, just in case if you cannot send through another email. So go to search. Okay, there you go. I wrote it on the chat column.
You have it in the minute, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. It's technology.
You have it?
Let me check to the committee. Which email address you sent?
To the schedule, program, and link.
Excuse me? Can you tell it again?
To Oriana Trios.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me check it first. Okay, wait a minute, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Jakapan, that the person that you send the email is now having a presentation. So maybe you could also send to another email that I wrote on the chat column. I already wrote it in the chat column. It's Gogor Bangsa, GOGORBANGSA @gmail.com. Oh, okay. Maybe since you're still dealing with that, we can start the question and answer with Dr. Uli first. Is that okay for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So we are going to open the question and answer session first, while waiting for you to send another email. Okay. So the audience, ladies and gentlemen, we can have another session with question and answer. And we already have one question to Dr. Uli. Okay. Yeah, Ibu Uli.
Yeah.
Which you prefer to call Ibu or Dr. Uli?
Ibu Uli.
Ibu. Ibu
I'm
Uli.
not so much on my doctor.
Okay. And this is the questions. And question is from Dr. Suwarno Wisetrotomo. Maybe you already know him as well as a faculty member from Fine Art Department, ISI, Faculty of Visual Art, ISI Yogyakarta. So the question is, in the Indonesia context, heritage conservation efforts in the field often face the following problems. 1. Clashing with local beliefs or religion. 2. Lack of historical awareness and knowledge. And 3. Problem related to transformation of craftsmanship skills among young people. And 4. Tourism interests often ignore historical values. And what are your suggestions, solutions, and recommendations to address these issues? That's kind of a lot, but yeah.
Yes, but I think this really covers the main problem. So
Yeah,
thank you
totally.
very much, Suwarno. I think this is especially the topic that we. So all these topics are the ones why we need these interdisciplinary approaches. Yeah? So on this clashing on local beliefs and religion, that's always related to this intangible part where you have to especially collaborate with those people who are working with people and peoples with beliefs and with these traditional backgrounds, to know what is the need of the people and what is their understanding of cultural heritage. Of course, when they are living there and in this environment, then it is a part of their history. Sometimes perhaps it is misinterpreted or getting lost in the way. So this is why we work together with the specialists in this field in trying to get a better understanding with the people. And of course you need to do a lot of participatory measures. If you don't interrelate with those people who are living with this actual cultural heritage, then it won't make any sense just to clean up a building and restore it, or restore a painting when it is perhaps against the beliefs of the people in the moment, presenting something that is not something people can appreciate now anymore. So you have to try to find out how you can include the public, include the society, include the authorities into that, so that they appreciate that. That has to do, of course, also with the lack of historical awareness and knowledge, but this is something where we have to start as researchers in our educational programs to include the authorities and those educators that are working on site, teaching the children, teaching those youngsters who will be in charge for the conservation, for the actual conservation on site, for the maintenance and really looking after things in the future. If they lost the understanding and the value of this cultural heritage, then it will not make any sense to try to conserve it, because if it's not interrelated to the people anymore, then it's gone already. So even if it's still there in a physical way. But I just want to give an example. What we do a lot is coming as outsiders, and this is something that sometimes triggers something in the society when you're going somewhere. Does not matter who is going where, but it's always good to come from a different cultural context, because then you have to include, for example, young people to work as interpreters, to speak with elder people who perhaps still have a knowledge and an interrelation to some things that are gone now in the young society, because it's not so much important for them anymore. And talking with the elders, by using the young people, they find out a lot of things that they perhaps never asked or never knew that there are. So we did this, for example, in Samoa, where the people speak their language, and for the first time the youngsters found out, now we know exactly why the buildings don't have any walls, but they never asked it because it was not interesting for me. It was just an old building, and I was ashamed that my family still has this building. And now, as I know the importance of it and all the meanings of the details in the building, I appreciate it much more. But if you're in this context all the time, every day, as you know, with going with your everyday life, perhaps you have discussions with your parents, you want to do this and that, then you don't ask about this cultural heritage. You don't ask about your history, about your tradition, because it's something so common, so normal, so uninteresting for you, because it's an integrative part of your life. But if other people are coming and ask for these things, then sometimes you find out, this is something special. Not everybody has this. We have something that is different from other people. And now I hear something that I would not listen to my grandmother, because like always the same story, very boring. But if other people are coming, then it triggers a little bit. And that's the good thing on working also internationally, not only on this interdisciplinary level, but international, and especially coming from different cultural backgrounds. And this is also then triggering in the final way, or in the next step, hopefully, that when people are getting this or raising the awareness for the value of their traditional culture, their cultural heritage, then the need is raising again, of course, also of the knowledge of craftsmanship. Yeah, so here, in many cases, we also ask those people perhaps who still have this knowledge of the traditional approaches, and again, with this interdisciplinary, international approach, you raise a little bit more awareness. So this is something you can try. It could work. It is not something that has to work. But even sometimes I know from colleagues who are working, coming from Java in Sumatra, vice versa, that the approach is different. People just get to know, why are you coming from the university in Yogyakarta on Samosir to study our houses? You have also houses there, so why these ones are here so important or interesting? And then it triggers something that can raise the awareness. It is not something that happens all the time, but it's worth a try. And as we are working in this field now for many years, we found out this is something that can work. And of course, at the final part, the tourism is one of the, let's say, in the moment, getting more and more the enemy. So tourism development has to be incorporated with these ideas. And we do know that people who are working in economy have their numbers behind them. And then it is about, as we had this Sepuluh Puali Baru development in Indonesia 5 years ago, starting with some quite frightening developments to raise numbers in special parts in Indonesia 10 times the ones that were there. So, and just realizing if you have 10 times more visitors in any places, it would destroy everything, not only the cultural heritage, also the society, the interrelation of people. So this is something where we also have kind of very important part in this, to raise the awareness against authorities, against politicians, to say here, this is something, if you have too much development and too fast, not too much, let's say too fast development, because people have to go in a slow pace, satu per satu, then it is perhaps possible to adapt the environment, as we had this for many years now. But if the authorities and policymakers or politicians don't get this awareness, then perhaps it is even more dangerous than local people don't have the awareness, because their impact perhaps won't be that big than if now from one year to the other the tourism numbers are rising in high numbers, so that other things are changing on site. So yeah, many questions, long answer. I hope I tackled everything. And if there is more, then feel free to contact me anytime. I'm very open and very happy about any discussion in this direction.
Yeah, and the discussion will be in Japanese, right?
Oh yeah, saya belajar bahasa Indonesia now, and complicated.
No, really. Actually, bahasa Indonesia is really is very easy. So you said, Ibu Ili, that on the conservation of cultural heritage, the society and the people in charge, it must be really merged. You cannot separate it. Right?
No.
Must be much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So hopefully Pawana is still satisfied with this answer. And it's another question from Donna, and I'm pretty sure that you must be very familiar with her as well, Donna Hapsari. So hello, Uli. I'd like to ask you something.
Hello, Donna.
Yeah, today we consider the tangible heritage inextricably bound up with the intangible heritage. So, in conservation projects, we aim to preserve both the tangible as well as the intangible heritage. So, how can we know that we use the right approaches to our own cultural heritage? Thank you. Very good question.
Yeah, this is a very good question, Ibu Donna, and of course a very tricky one. But again, as I said, it is very important to get here in contact with as many people as possible from also different angles. As I mentioned before, if you, for example, with this castle in Lower Austria, Here we are getting together with the theologists who are in charge for the pilgrimage, and so that we know about the importance of this castle from the side of the people using as a sacred building. But we are also getting in touch with those people who live there as a family. We are working with those people who are using it now as just a storage place or as a living home. As we did with you working in Museum Afandi, talking with visitors, with the owners, with the managers, with the people working there on site on this on the maintenance of the building itself. So the same you have to do in the villages, to try not only to work with those people who are in charge for the rituals, but also for those who are in charge for drying the fruits on the street. Yeah? So only getting to know all these aspects that are influencing in one or the other way the cultural heritage and all its aspects, from the ornaments on the buildings to the used colors to textiles, whatever, then you can try to find the right approaches. If you succeed with it, you never know, but if you don't really try from the beginning to cover as much as possible, then it's really complicated. So if you leave one or the other part out of this whole equation, then it is something that is prone to be not successful in the beginning. So, and we do hope that we will be successful with things. So that's why we are now trying to include people who are working on the recording and documentation of stories, of songs and dances and rituals, because these are very important parts of our cultural heritage. And if we don't know how this is integrated in the whole style of living, and perhaps also changing with the changing lifestyle, we don't know how to make it really sustainable. I hope this answers your question, Ibu Donna.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you, Bully.
Yeah, so we have one more question before we start to Mr. Jakarta's presentation. So is that okay for you, Ibu Bully?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, okay. So this question from Mr. Cahyono Priyanto. He is a faculty member at Interior Design, Faculty of Visual Arts. So the question is, in our city, we have a case where a heritage building has been left to ruin due to a dispute between the owner and the heritage group. The owner's development plan has been rejected by the group. Thus, he decided to let the nature to destroy it completely. So what would the government in your country do in such circumstance? Okay.
Yeah, well, as in any country, there are rules and regulation and laws that would prevent something like this. But I can assure you, you are not the only country where these kind of things happen. In our monument preservation law protects special buildings that have been dedicated as a monument in a way that if the owner neglects the building, then he is asked, really just asked by the government. So there is no law enforcement to say you have to do something with these buildings. It is more the other way around, that there is a try, even if it is in let's say homeopathic way, so there's not too much funding behind it, to try to empower or encourage people to make this preservation or restoration efforts if needed, so by the government. So if you are an interested stakeholder, like an NGO or a neighbor, and you want to try to convince an owner of an important building to do something with it, you could try it on this positive way, and which is also working in many cases much better than the other way around, to say if you don't do something now with this building, then you will be punished. Because what happens then, and I think this is also a very worldwide happening. Then suddenly the next day the building went into flames because an unfortunate incident. So happens here too, and I think this is not only happening here but also in other countries, that suddenly the building is completely destroyed because the owners fear that they will have a lot of disadvantage, that they have to pay a lot of money for that. Again, here it is very important to discuss with the owners and for the government to know about this importance and to support also NGOs in their path. Of course, not only NGOs, but if you are, for example, ICOMOS International and you have a local committee working for that, then of course you have here specialists and experts who should know about how to approach it. So to work together with experts who would also try to find the right language and also the right approach to an house owner to work on that would be hopefully the best solution to also convince the owners. This is not very easy. In many cases, we know also here in Vienna, everybody perhaps is aware already that the historic city center of Vienna is a World Heritage Site in the moment and listed as a heritage site in danger because especially of one of these developers who wants to do something against all people who are really behind the preservation of our cultural heritage or conservation of cultural heritage here in Vienna. You
So
can
yeah.
try it.
Yeah.
It's an iterative process, and there is no, I think there is not really the best solution in the moment, and to say, make it like this. So, and punishment, I think, is not the best thing. So to have laws and regulation and then good solutions for a support for house owners and a good advisory background, so that you have advisory bodies that support you in any aspect of the conservation or reuse of a building. That is the best way. But for this, you need a good education and you need these experts in your country who would know how to deal with this from these different angles, as I said before. And then perhaps it's easier to convince the house owners. So you should also have some economists on board, because then if you calculate also, if you make a good conservation project with your building, then at the end you will gain much more, because then it is something special. If you completely change it to a very modern building, then it is one of millions. But now it is one of a few, and this makes it more valuable, that in the end will also bring the big money, yeah? And then perhaps it's more convincing. So
Okay. So you can choose between one of a kind and one of millions, right? You can choose.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ibu Elie. And I think it's time for us to back to...
My pleasure.
Yeah, we are going to Thailand right now. Back to Mr. Jakapan Vilasiniko. I think the presentation is ready. So, Mr. Vilasiniko, the next 30 minutes, a little bit more, it's yours. Please.
Yes, I'm sorry for inconvenience before.
No problem at all. No problem.
I will talk about the role of the digital technology in the field of art. I will talk from aspect of the artist and doing some research in preserving heritage, and also as an art teacher, and observe how my students active in the art events as well as in the political movement by using digital technologies. I will focus on some example on digital technology on the field of art that nowadays we practice in four areas. And I would like to say is that digital technology is a part of oncoming artificial intelligence technologies, which is not growing much in Thailand as an medium in the field of art. But however, we have practice in four areas, especially on the new form of the creativities. But we will start off the sample in the preservation of the cultural heritage. Can you move on, please? I come from the field of sculpture, so my practice is related to three-dimensional form and 3D scanning and 3D technologies. In Bangkok, we using 3D technologies and 3D scanning mostly on preservation of the sculptures, especially on the bridge from over 100 years ago. We have many bridges in Bangkok. So, but all these bridges are not in part of the conservation program of the governmental. So the university take part on keeping the 3D scanning file in order to preserve it in the futures. Please move on. This is some example that we have scanning or the sculpture and stucco decorations to preserve it. On the right bottoms is the first bridges that happened in the bas-relief sculpture, which is from the Italian sculptors who later on his follower came to found Silpakorn University, and one would say this the bridge is the first public sculpture or public art that influenced from the West. So please move on. So why we use 3D technology? 3D scannings help to explore the new information. So like this digital Michelangelo's project in Florence. With the 3D scanning technology, we can find the stress and the crack of the statue, which is normally we cannot observe it from eye or from the other technology. So please go forward. Like the bridge that we survey, we all found many information which the historical survey could not find. Some part of the bridge that we cannot see by eye, but with the laser scanning, we can find some information. Can you move on, please? So this is the process of the 3D scanning. Some part of the 3D scanning have to practice in the crane and putting the instrument under the bridge. So with help from the state, with help from the Bangkok Metropolitan Office and the scanning team, so we can scan some part which normally we cannot reach by eye or normally survey. So please move on. And with the technologies of the digital scanning, so we can do 3D, the CNC technology could help us to reproduce the sculpture and the stucco. So without this technology, we cannot preserve all this bridge because of the stucco made from made from the past over 100 years. So it start to crack down. So without making this 3D scanning and CNC technology, we cannot make the reproduction. So please move on. So this is the replica from the digital file of the scanning. So we try to keep this many part of the bridge. So in order to do restoration in the future, and as I said before, some information that we could not observe or not be recorded during this more than 100 years, the digital information, the 3D scanning can cache and can find the information that we normally could not find. Please go on. I will go to the second part of the digital technology, which is a new form of the creativities. We find that the technologies nowadays, the art use many digital technology, and the young students also practicing on this area. Like this young lady, young artist, she doing a research on Chinatown in Bangkok and combine the experience of the walking on the street and the technologies of the sound record and audio record and produce the new form of art. Let me go forward, please. So what we can say is what we observe of the new form of the creation is that not only the artists design their work, but the gadget, the tools also take part of design how the artwork, the outcome of the artwork should come out. We see the artificial technology help these artists to put into the new form of art. For this lady, she working and we call it a co-agent between human and digital gadget. Because of the gadget itself, it can design how the sound can be reproduced or the sound can be edited into the part, and she traced into the old town of the cities and put the record. And every day when we put the record on the same level, so we will find that the gadget work and the files can come out, put into the final works. Can we go forward, please? I will show you some how her works present in the sound and audio together. Please go forward, please. Can you turn on the sound? This is no sound from the file. Okay, thank you. So this is the project that we work together with the young artists, and because of we doing a research in the old town of Bangkok called Yogyakarta, this work of art try to match the environment of the visual environment and sound environment and put together and bring it into the environment. I'm so sorry that the sound doesn't work in this area. Can you step forward, please? Probably you can turn on the sound. Thank you very much. Okay. For the digital technologies nowadays, we found that the context of art has been changed and the originalities of the work of art has been changed from the original, and we cannot trace back for the source of the originality, what and when that come from. Actually, Walter Benjamin has warned us that the context of art has been changed since the ancient time. So for the digital era of work of art, so no one can find exactly the originalities, and it can be used and repeated in different contexts totally. So let me go for the other's work of art. So this is the movement, the recent movement of the young student take part on the political demonstration on the street. And you see the cartoon characters, the puppet, the name of the puppet is called Hamtaro. Hamtaro is the cartoon character in Japanese, which is very popular in the last over 10 years when these students were young and they see Hamtaro as the most popular cartoon. But nowadays, Hamtaro become icon or the characters of the become characters of the protest, because one person, one young lady rearranged the song of the Hamtaro title, and Hamtaro run into the field of the tag eating, because normally Hamtaro eat a sunflower seed, but we changed it into the Hamtaro want to eat tax from everyone. It means the Hamtaro is the character of the corruption. So it's become icon of the student who protest the government now. So can we step forward? So everywhere is the Hamtaro as a political symbol. It's a phenomena of the young. And this can happen in the pop culture and happen in the group of the young because they form the communication amongst them. Can we step forward? And also creativities take part of the major role of the political movement, like this cartoon character, like this graphic, to how we should prepare for the demonstration. Can we move forward? And one phenomena is also that the young also create cartoon and graphic, mostly very beautiful, from the violence. The protest was attacked by the police, and after the events, they write all the cartoon characters, show that how they suffer from that event. Can we go forward? And of course, the art exhibition played a role, and not only on ground or on site, but also a virtual world or on the digital world. The work of art also active in the both two fields. Can we go forward? And I will go for the next use of the digital technologies. This young artist, when he worked with 3D digital or 3D scanning, so he worked in the work that in title of the social context against the governmental, but when he worked in his occupation, we can go to for the next slide, please. So you will see how he worked with the medical stimulation kits lab. He worked for the model for the doctors to be able to operate the backbone of the children. So these artists work on one side, very artistic. On the other side, very medical technique. So this is a new practice of the young student. Can you go forward? So with the corona quarantine period, so what we face is the socio economy and online connectivities. All what we show you in this previous slide is happens partly during the coronavirus. So like the demonstration take place during this coronavirus. And what we learn is we learn this the social media has the most influence in our everyday lives because of they can create digital platform, because they can sharing and requiring information, and they can they feel empathies toward the others, and also they're rising collective awareness. Can you go forward, please? And this come to the question that if this digital platform has very strong influence into our everyday life and our practice, what will come next after the coronavirus? I think what I want to propose is that all the research, all the art practice have to think both on the physical ground, physical space, and also virtual space. And next, please. The coronavirus has stopped everything, but not stopping the creativity of the young. So can you go next, please? Every research on art and culture have to rethink their method, and probably the social lab or the artwork that normally practice on ground, on site, probably we have to learn how to use the digital technology in the near futures. I think for example, the research that I and many Silpakorn University art teachers doing together with collaboration with communities, before we practice on site. Now with the next phase of the research, we have to rethink on how we going to use virtual space to be as a social lab method. I thanks for everyone to listen to, and sorry for inconvenience at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jakapan. Mr. Jakapan. And we actually already have one question for you.
Yes.
Yes. And the question is from Mr. Gogor Bangsa, is the chairman of this conference. So he asked you, will the old or previous sculpture be less sacred as a result of the using of high technology such as 3D or scanning? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna repeat it. Okay. Will the old or previous sculpture be less sacred as a result of the using of high technology such as 3G or 3D scanning?
I think the 3D scanning and high technologies is part of the new practice of the sculpture, because the what we can say and what we predict in the near future is that the sculptures that normally practicing in the tangible and objects and very hard work in the actual material have to change oneself, have to change the discipline, also, or probably combine to the digital technology. We see many tendencies that the three-dimensional sculpture work together with sound or work together with AI or even augmented realities. All these technology have to be combined to the sculpture field, and Silpakorn University already started that. So that's why our student outcome starting to explore their new form of the sculpture, and also can go into the medical. And for your information, for the 3D lab of the medical technologies is more advanced than the art school. So it means the medical student, if they can train art practice, they can be very good artists.
Okay. There is another question from students, and I think the question is related to with the first question. Is like, will duplicating the sculpture will reduce its art value because it's duplication, because it feels not original.
I understand you. Absolutely not, because that is not the artwork. That is the replica. That is the model. That is the model to check, because of the bridge. It can be one day that the truck hit the bridge and broke, and because of the replica, and we have to repeat the technology, so we do not have to touch the sculpture.
Okay.
So, and the replica is not the artwork, it's just the model to check whether the restoration is correct or not.
Okay, yeah. So you say it's different case, right? It's different case.
Yes.
Okay. So one more question is like from, I think it's faculty member because it doesn't mention the name. So since digital transformation of an art object would likely change its aesthetic valuations, what would be the best available today technology for artists to digitalize their creations, and what will be in the future? And that's the question.
I would say digital duplication have to be rethink like photo, because when Walter Benjamin write his theory on the reproduction, so he mentions that the value of the originalities and the value of the copies, the value of copies will not less than the originality, because it can reproduce and reproduce and reproduce.
Okay.
It depends on the context of the artist. You can see is that we will see on our lifetime that the artwork produced by augmented reality or intelligent technology will appear on our surrounding, not in the gallery, not in the museum, but in our environment, which we probably cannot differentiate between advertising billboard and the artwork. It can be merged. It is just like the painting and graphic. It is just like photo and painting in the past. So this will be depend on context what we using, and we will see the blur, the blending of the media on the street and the work of art on the street in the future.
Okay. And thank you so much. And another question is, I think this question is actually related with a previous question before, that talking about duplicating sculpture will reduce its art value. And another question is, the replica, is the replica of those artworks, in your case it's sculpture, it's not a precious original artwork, or is it just only for preservation if it is not the original artwork?
No, it is not the original one. Is
okay.
it for commercial purpose? This is clear that what we produce replica is for preservation purpose.
Okay, so again, it's about preservation. Yeah. So also, okay. I think as a moderator, I also have very curious things to ask you. And from your presentation, it shows that your students will working with the bridge, yeah, and then sculpture, anything, and especially, is that always happen in Thailand?
You mean my student working on the street?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's only in Thailand.
Yes, and it is because of this quarantine state.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Very empty, but people still active inside the building.
Okay.
So once you walk into the street, you hear people are around you, but they not appear obviously because of the state of quarantine.
Okay.
So this is become a phenomena of the city.
Yeah. So my question is like, how and what is the mechanism to do such things like this on the street? Is that really complicated to take care, like the documents or whatever? Like, because of course you have to deal with, for instance, the local government or the foundation, or I don't know, like the board, which is who taking care of that space, or what? Is it complicated or not really?
It's not really complicated, because if you walk and we go on take part for the research purpose, so I have to go. And one other thing that I try to say is that because of the digital technologies nowadays, the authority of the artist as absolute creator will be changed because of the technologies will take part on the decision of the artist, and sometimes that's why we call it co-agent, because more and more we will we will not be able to conduct everything. But because of the technology, especially in the artificial intelligence, when you use artificial intelligence, so this will change the aspect of the value of art and reset the mindset of how the role of the artist and quality of art. And when the arts begin, this will rise the new horizontal of the quality of art in the future.
Okay, your last statement is actually has a connection or related with the question from prominent sculptor in Indonesia. His name is Pak Anusapati. So his question is, what would be the future for manual or hands-on kind of art form in the digital era?
There is very interesting prediction of the Chinese curator that four direction of the role of the sculpture in the age of intelligent technology. One is the very, very high craft skill that will survive because the mechanism, the intelligent technology will not be able to replace the hand skill.
Totally.
The sculpture as a three-dimensional will work together with audio or visual media. The third is not about the technique, but more about the context. The sculptures will take part as a ritual, as the practice that related to culture. The fourth one, the three-dimensional, will transform into the totally digital information.
Okay. Yeah. So how about you? I mean, as a senior sculptor, and you have a very long and deep experience, very hands-on on the sculpture area in the field of sculpture. So which one do you prefer to work with? You prefer work with still like your manual, your own hands, or you could also use artisans, but you prefer to use more and adding more and more high technology on your works?
My preference will be, of course, doing with hand. But as an artist and as an art teacher, you have to promote all the four areas.
Okay.
Your student will practice on the four areas.
Okay. In order to adjust with the contemporary artwork, something like that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that the students, especially students, our students, very young generation, the youngest generation maybe, they can adjust with the technology and everything related with, so yeah, they can adjust easily, so they can merge or communicate easily with other peers from another world. Okay, so I don't know. Let's see if, okay, I think there is one more question. Okay, one more question, and it's no name, maybe it's students, and he or she asked about how about the art ethics about duplicating artwork, and he or she doesn't mention about specific artwork, so it can be a sculpture or paintings or maybe like a craft objects. So yeah, how about the art ethics about duplicating works, duplicating artworks, ethics?
I highly recommend he or she or everyone who interested in this area check on the website of the CAA. CAA is the website of the College Art Association in the United States, and go to the link that called Guideline for the ethic of copy of sculpture. That is the international guideline for artists who practice in sculpture. How far you can do a duplicate, and what is the ethic of the artist or posthumous when the artist pass away.
Oh, okay.
Or how the museum can deal with the sculpture, or do they allow to make a copy or not? That will be the whole answers for that.
Okay, so can you repeat it, please? The CAA, what is all about? The college
of the CAA is worldwide.college art. The CAA is College Art Association.
Oh, College Art Association. Okay.
It's a great help because of not the sculptor, art teachers, art historians, curator. They also have the guide. It's a great help.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know. Let me see if we still have another question. I'm gonna check on the chat column first, or maybe Ibu Uli has a question for Mr. Jakarta Vilasaneka. If you have, you can ask him directly. Ibu Uli, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I would like to ask a more technical question because I'm a surveyor, very much interested in the 3D laser scanning technology, and as we use it on buildings, is of course another approach on the on sculptures. How do you deal not only with the recording itself on the sculptures, especially when it comes to more challenging objects and also objects on site and off site? So if you can transport it, as some of the things that you've shown are not on the building itself. And then how do you manage your data in terms of sharing it then again with local communities?
This is very good question because of the copyright of the art of this preservation have to go to the Department of Fine Art who take care of the national heritage. If you not be sent to private or individual, because that can be unethical copy in the future. So what we use the technology is very detailed on the scanning. So the shift is 0,001 millimeters. Which is for the re-engineering technologies, like you produce it. So this means if you want to copy, it will be exactly just like you produce from the original. So if you have a good printer, or we have a good printer in the future. That's why we use this technology and we deliver all the file, put in the national data.
So then it is really protected.
Yes. It have to be. That's why we produce a replica, because the replica itself is less sensitive and less and used with only plaster, not a high quality of the copies.
Okay. So is that enough, Ibu Uli?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. One more question to Mr. Jagapan. So I think your session is really raised a lot of curiosity from the audience. So one more question, still from Pak Anusapati. He's a prominent sculptor in Indonesia. He said that I am a techno idiot. Yeah. As a sculptor, in what way should I collaborate with someone to be able to keep up and to survive, since he is a techno idiot? That's
So
what he said, though.
if I say I also idiot in the technique, but I collaborate with the engineer. At the beginning, I have no idea of the 3D scanning.
Okay.
So I walk into the engineering department and talk to them and talk seriously why we have to do such a project. And so finally, I find a professor in engineering, and he agreed to do this. So because of the equipment, because of the skill, and because of the knowledge of dealing with all the sensitive file, so we need special technician. So I really convinced he to walk into different departments like medical,
Okay.
like engineering or architects. The architect like because will understand how to use such a technology and manage to do some project with he or she. So he will have a great fun.
So it's going to be, instead of techno idiot, it's going to be genius, like techno genius, right? So, okay, so from your own perspective, do you think this technology as a threat for artwork, or should we make friends with technology? Should we merge with them, or do you think still it's a threat for art field?
I think working with people is more fun with working with technology. I think probably
yes.
can comment on it. Because the more you working with people, you get to know the other field, but you get to know the nature of human.
Okay.
That's it more important than you have knowledge, but you get to know personalities that you can work with and you can share the knowledge. That is why we share knowledge to across the world.
Okay. So you think the winner is still people, human, because we are human, we are not robots.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think, Ibu Lee?
Yeah, I can just underline this. I think that's the most important part. So we are now also using this technology, but we are still the people behind, even if we don't see each other directly. But to use the technology only as it is, as a tool, and then try to get the people involved as much as possible. I think that's the most important thing, and I really appreciate if it's coming from more directions than just one. So always to include the people and just use the technology as it is. It's a tool, not more than that. And if you can't use it and for the people and with the people that are behind that, then it's not that much worth, I think.
Oh, definitely. And the human touch is never replaceable, right? Because the touch is different. So, okay, I think we don't have more questions for both Ibu Oli or Mr. Jagapan. Again and again, I always say, I really feel very grateful that we can have both of you as our speakers today. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your everything, your time, your knowledge, experience, insight. It's really widening our perspective in very different, different perspective, because we are all human at the end. Still, human will be the winner, hopefully, and hopefully we still keep stay positive and productive and healthy and fresh, facing this pandemic, and hopefully it's gonna be over really soon. Yeah, next year or even before, hopefully. Okay, thank you so much, and applause for speakers. I'm going to back to the master of ceremony, and don't forget, don't go anywhere first, because we're gonna have the photo session of this second session of this conference. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Thank you so much. Okay, on the behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you very much to Dr. Alfie for organizing the two keynote speaker sessions very smoothly. Mas Gogor, are we going to have the photo session now or later? Because Bu Alfie has something to do and she has to leave soon. Mas Gogor, Mas Gogor, do you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What should I do? What should I do? Do it?
Yeah.
Take a photograph?
Yeah, because...
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
I count to three. 1, 2, 3. Please refill yourself. Sorry, your video. 1, 2, 3. Second screen. 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, next again, we are going to have a 30-minute break to refresh yourself and also set yourself in the room in which you want to be in later at the parallel session. To give you an insight, let me just read the titles of the papers going to be presented in each room. Room 1, it's going to be fashion opinion leadership on Instagram and its relationships with intention to purchase and adopt new fashion. And then second paper, esoteric meaning of community life at Pasar Lama Tangerang in Taoism perspective. 3, brand positioning of halal tourism in Bukit Tinggi. And then last, collaborative fashion project with artisan, changing tradition into contemporary design. Next, in room 2, you are going to have first magical realism, rethinking Malioboro through photographs. Second, online graphic designers and the ambiguity of capital democratization. Third, improving penginyongan literacy in digital era through e-paper magazine of Antas Banyumasan. Fourth, preliminary identification of Indonesian digital heritage archives as a digital preservation for Indonesian culture. And then in room 3, it's going to be first past and present locality to modernity product diversification by using 3D printing and modeling technology as a revitalization strategy for Mojokerto. What a long title. Second, artist identity and plaswood creative work. Third, the study of ink receiver on aluminum plate artwork in lithograph process. And fourth, printmaking by acid natural sources replacing chemical process. And then last room, first fourth dimension of Yahadid multi-sensory design. And then next, the Rachana 3D model as the interior design methodology based on local culture and the industrial revolution 4.0 as aesthetic experience strengthening. Third, can people without a design background create a useful interior space design through a not too sophisticated virtual environment tool? Fourth, exploration of eco-print products through participatory rural appraisal and surface learning method in beta regency. Oh, it seems that we have 4 papers in this room. And then this is the fifth. Online learning is here. Interior students, creativity for a platform startup challenge. Okay, I'll see you in the next 30 minutes.
Economic.
Ada ya, suaranya jelas terdengar. Maaf.
Well, we are getting near to the end of this conference, but before the real end, I still have one more agenda item that will trigger speedy heartbeats, mainly for the paper presenters. I would like to invite the program chairperson of ARCADESA, Bapak Bambang Pramono SSN MA, to announce the best paper.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to announce the best paper for this ARCADESA 2020 event. The first one is Effect of Biofolic Virtual Reality in the Design on Positive Emotional Responses by Debbie Hari India Putri and Debbie Ayu Pawati. And the second one is Participatory Visual Communication Design for Designing a Health Information Matching Card Game by Brian Alvin Hananto, Felicia Cristela, and Felicia Violeta. And the third best is Online Learning is Here, Interior Student Creativity for a Platform Startup Challenge by Ruth A. Popusungu, Evin Lei, ARCADESA, and Alukas. Thank you. That's it for today. And congratulations all. You are the best, and thank you. See you next year.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. And once again, congratulations for the best papers. Well, it's now the real closing. The closing remark of the Vice Rector of the Academic Affairs, delivered by Dr. St. Hangabudi Prasetyo.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to end of the sequence event of the Annual Symposium of Arts, Technology and Humanities 2020. On behalf of Institution Indonesia Yogyakarta, I would like to convey my deepest appreciation to the success of Humanities and ARCADESA 2020. It is a privilege and an honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking, a gathering of outstanding people and scholars from different parts of the world who have synergized and shown up fruitful contribution in the interdisciplinary work of art, technology, and humanities academically. As with joint conference held during two days, I would like to congratulate to all of you for the successful conference. It has been an outstanding example of a very hard work by all of us to make this event successful. We are very grateful that this two-days conference can be held this year, even though it was delayed due to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. It is not easy for us, but we should hold it even though we have to adapt to the situation. But through advance in the communication technology, we are happy to hold these conferences in virtual mode. Beneficial result of discussion, fruitful contribution to the targeted demand of art, academic profound have been brought up. The multidisciplinary demand in the globalization era have been responded through this academic discussion, which is necessary as media for sociocultural enhancement, entrepreneurship, and creativity development and capacity building of academic environment. Our mind have been hardened into a bigger scope of understanding in which a ton of ideas, information, interpretation, and vision are all consolidated into one mission for establishing and enhancing the global challenge of changing the world through arts, technology, and humanities. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Institution Indonesia Yogyakarta, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all keynote speakers of these two conferences, all co-hosts, all reviewers, and presenters of a two-day event. Your presence has been invaluable and without any doubt has helped make the event a great success. We greatly appreciate the support from all those who have been involved in the organization of the event, particularly the organizing committee who spent time and effort to make the expected outcomes of the event successful. I believe there were a lot of inconvenience and unexpected conditions that could not be overcome. Sincere apology from Institution Indonesia Yogyakarta and the organizing committee are addressed to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to send you best wishes for very luck, future prosperity, success, safe and healthy. Hopefully, we are meeting you all at the same symposium next year. And I would like to close my remarks and officially announce the end of the annual Symposium of Arts, Technology, and Humanities 2020. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was in mute mode. Okay, I repeat once again. Tomorrow we are still going to hold another conference, the Econo Artists, and we are, I think the schedule will more or less the same. So I think we do hope that we will see you again tomorrow. Goodbye for now. Keep safe and healthy. Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, all of the committee.
Welcome. Stay safe.
See you tomorrow.